Greetings and salutations. Welcome to this special edition of Ref the District. I'm Nathan Perry. That's the Stoner. Trev is again in Lexington, Virginia Sky Bar. You can hit him up. They're going to be watching the draft. You'll probably see him here in the chat as we got lots of people pretty excited about this, Stoner. It is draft day. There will be another member of the Commanders added to the team. They could push us over the top.
Maybe.
Maybe.
There's a good chance they trade down, but we'll see.
Washington is picking at 16. The talk of the town. Everybody keeps mentioning the trade back. Well, that takes two to tango.
It does.
And so you're never quite sure how that's going to go. EP's telling me the Titans and the Cardinals are talking about trading picks. Looks like the Titans look to move up. It was mentioned already how they're unhappy with Malik Willis.
Wow.
I mean, you draft him in the mid rounds. I don't know what you really expect. So it's not like, a first round bust. This is a kid that you knew was going to take time to develop. Maybe they thought they got a diamond in the rough. If they move up, I imagine another QB is going to be taken off the board. And Stoner, that was one of the things that I was really surprised from our talk with Logan Paulson yesterday.
Yeah.
Was the mention of, if one of the QBs falls, do you take him?
And he said pretty much no. You still don't even.
Yeah, he said there's not really, like, Bryce Young's a guy you want to move up for, but they're too far back. And then the rest of QBs don't really offer anything.
Yeah,
But
I think
if
he was
one
pretty
happens
high
to
on.
fall to 16.
I think he was pretty high on CJ Stroud as well.
Yeah,
but it's kind of the same thing. He wasn't thinking that they should move up for him. That's probably not worth the risk. But after that, he was not high on. In terms of taking him at 16, he was not high on Richardson, Levis, Hooker, or anybody else for that matter. Those are pretty much the quarterbacks they think that are going to go today. Young, Stroud, Richardson, Levis, possibly Hendon Hooker in the first round today. If not, most likely tomorrow, second round.
Yeah, big news right before the draft was Lamar Jackson was signed to a 5-year extension, taking him off. That was one of those kind of outliers that was there. A lot of people were thinking maybe he doesn't get a deal done, or another team possibly swoops in, offers a deal that the Ravens could not refuse. That's being taken off the board. Ravens currently slotted, to be taken to be picked at 22.
Yep. I wouldn't count on that either.
Nope. It looks like there might be trying to work a deal to get DeAndre Hopkins, and that 22 pick might be going elsewhere. They probably want an established receiver. Otherwise, it does look like they're trying to load up with the Ravens. That was one of those ones that is that a trade partner for Washington? Could they go get the Smith Jackson, right? The highest ranked wide receiver in this draft, if he's available.
Jackson Jigba.
And yeah,
you want to be careful with his last name. So Njigba, I think is how you pronounce it.
We'll go with
but
that.
yeah, so if he is around at that point at 16, when you've got Pittsburgh there, Detroit there, Tampa there, right after Washington, maybe Baltimore's going to want to move up, jump ahead of those guys, so that they can take a wide receiver. If they aren't available, or if they can't make a deal for DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins is gone. I think that's pretty much clear. I don't think he wants to be there. I don't think he likes working with Kyler Murray. And I think either Tennessee or Baltimore is going to try and make a deal to get him. And would you give up a first-round pick for DeAndre Hopkins, your first round? Let's say not Washington, but let's just say Washington is in the 16th spot and they need a receiver. Would you give up your 16th pick for DeAndre Hopkins right now?
I mean, I think that'd be a steal, right? I mean, this is. So. I mean, if you look at the wide receiver trades that happened last year, I mean, a first round was a starting point. Let alone, like, so I mean, if you're giving up your first for the 16th or even the 22nd as it's for the Ravens, it seems like a pretty smart business deal, given the fact that last year was costing people a lot, much higher premium, and DeAndre Hopkins is still one of the best wide receivers in the game.
What did Washington get when they were in the 11th spot and New Orleans moved up to 11 because they wanted Olave so bad. So they gave up their 16th pick plus the third rounder. Isn't that right? They gave up a third rounder plus the 16th. So they basically gave up a third round draft pick for an unproven wide receiver in Chris Olave.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think you would give up a first rounder for a future Hall of Famer, which DeAndre Hopkins is a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, absolutely. So the trade back is kind of the talk. That's why we're talking about the Ravens maybe haven't been a deal there. Yep, Tommy mentioned a third and a fourth.
There you go.
So we got Tommy T in there. We got Bonafide waiting for us. Michael's in the chat as well. HT in the house. Always appreciate seeing HT there. EP watching us as well. She's upstairs. Has the draft turned on there as I'm struggling down here to get the draft going as well. Tougher guy is in here. Daniel is in here. Nick going left hand up. Doug in the house. Ban is here as well. We appreciate everybody. Bearded Knowledge in the house.
Give him a shout out. Trending in the AM every single morning over there. Philadelphia Eagles content creator. Good dude. Great stuff. So give them check them out over and give them a subscribe on their channel as well. They like the Eagles. They're big Eagles fans. We don't hold that against them because we like them.
EP is going to sneak over here to the side. You're not going to see her. I'm going to move. So
what's she sneaking?
She's in her jammies. Yeah, she's in her jammies. I came from practice, so coming in hot. So that's why if you see me snacking, that's what's going on here.
You don't have a jersey on. You're not wearing. I'm wearing my. This is actually a Sean Taylor jersey, so that's what I got going on here with my old Redskins Sean Taylor. The burgundy is a little bit dark. I have to say that I didn't pay a whole lot for this, and I got it.
It's one of those overseas specials. Yeah.
Yes, I got it in Korea.
That's fair. Absolutely.
So, but I mean, it looks great.
I am wearing a burgundy top. I just,
okay.
I like I said, I was at soccer practice right before this, so coming in hot. That's where I had to see the news. If you want to put down what you're rocking, you let us know that as well.
That'd be cool.
But let me try to see if we had anything in the chat that spurs off some of the conversation here. And we talked a little bit about some of the things. I am going to go ahead and go with the kind of the trade back as there's as that's probably the biggest thing that people want to do, right? And I said you have to have 2 to tango for that. And so if you're not picking at 16, who's looking to move up? And so really what's going to matter is as far as the who's available. So like who's going to drop to 16 that people want to move up for? Who do you think is going to drop that someone is going to want to move ahead, whether it be the Steelers, Detroit, Tampa Bay, Seattle, the Chargers, the Ravens, if they're still picking at 22, Minnesota, Jacksonville, New York, Dallas, Buffalo, Cincy, Saints, Eagles, and Kansas City. That's the order behind us. So
yeah.
And how far do you want to fall back in this first round as well?
Oh yeah, that's a fair question on how far do you want to fall back. As long as the deal is right, I don't think you're too worried about falling back all the way back into the end of the first round. There's still plenty of talent back there at the end of the first round. So I don't think you're going to have any problem doing that and getting a trade partner if you can find one. You're still going to get a top cornerback. There's tons of them. Or you can still get a top tackle. There's still plenty of them. Or maybe even a guard at that point. You might be going for a guard at that later in the first round. But there's plenty of talent. And there's not, from Washington's standpoint, there's nobody in that 16 to, let's just say, 28 range where you're sitting there saying, we can't pass up this guy. There is not that guy in that range that they're saying they can't pass up. Last year, it was, we can't pass up on a receiver. Now, we can trade back if we can still get one of the top guys on our board, then we'll do that. And they did that and got Jahan Dotson, and that proved out to be a genius move on the front office part. But I don't think there's anybody that you're going to sit there and say, we can't make that deal because there's a guy here we want to take at 16. I don't see that happening. If somebody offers you basically anything, let's just say, for example, Pittsburgh, who's one behind him, says, we want to move up for whatever. I don't know. That really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But let's just say Detroit wants to move ahead of Pittsburgh. So they ask us, and then they offer us an extra 4th rounder to make that move 2 spots back. You're going to do it because you got yourself an extra 4th rounder. So I don't think there's anything out there, any sort of offer to trade back that they would not be willing to do.
HT asking us again, trade back, who's the likely partner? I brought up the fact, like, who's actually going to be there at 16 is going to determine that quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so you kind of answered a little bit there as far as like how far to move back. And I do think that this is a kind of a tricky draft where and we've seen this in our mocks, right? Where we fall back and we're like, we want a guy like Emmanuel Forbes, but if you fall back too far, you run the risk of not getting that player. So,
but do you think there's anybody that you would miss out on that this team really wants if you fall back? Let's just say to 28. Let's just use 28 as an example. Are you scared to fall back to 28 and miss out on a certain somebody if you do that?
I think I'm not really afraid of missing out for anybody. I think that I would agree with some of our listeners who've brought up the fact that this is a team, while the roster is fairly decent, right? It's not the best roster in the NFL, but it's a solid roster. It's a solid NFL roster. It's missing some serious blue chip players. And I think that's the problem is with the moving back to 28 is, am I moving too far back and I'm going to miss out on a blue chip player? In the first round, you're expecting somebody's going to make an impact right away.
Absolutely.
But I'm talking about somebody who has the potential to be, a Pro Bowl type player right off the bat. And at 28, that's where you start to get kind of like, how much of an impact is this player? If they're not a lineman, an offensive lineman, how many snaps are they going to be playing?
Sure.
If you get a tight end, are they going to be, an impact player this year, or is they going to take a couple of years, like we talked with Logan? And that's what I'd be more so worried about when it comes to moving back. I'm not pro moving forward because there's no one in this draft, even Paris Johnson, I'm not willing to give up the draft picks for, right?
Right.
And
there are guys, let's be honest. Bryce Young is that guy that you would move up for if you didn't have to give up your entire draft for him.
I was about to say,
it's not for the value
going from 16 to first, and Bryce Young, while I think is going to be a solid quarterback, is not a guy I'm personally moving up for.
I think he's going to be a star.
Good for you. Yeah. I'm also hedging my bets for next year, so I am on the Howlers. Made it known I'm one of the Howlers. Give Sam Howell the shot, and if he proves that he's not the guy, then you make a run for QB next draft. And then there's a couple guys in that draft who, you're already looking at as far as May, Caleb Williams. These are guys that your people are salivating over this year.
Yeah.
If Sam Howell proves he's the guy, then you still have resources to be able to kind of solidify them with some options. So
here's my guy, Thomas DeToli. Chasing number 16 and then go up to number 7 and get.
Do you think he lasts to 7?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what those other guys are thinking. What those teams like Seattle, Atlanta. I don't know. Atlanta's 8, but the Raiders, the Colts. I don't know what they're thinking in terms of quarterback. So
yeah, Raiders are at 7. They're probably looking at quarterback.
Yeah.
Seattle should be fine. Detroit should be fine.
Well,
Indianapolis.
Seattle might be a team that's going to maybe draft a guy like Richardson who can sit for a couple of years.
They, I think, are not likely to get a first rounder, but they are someone who I think will probably pick someone like a DTR or kind of move up for a hooker and maybe take, if he's available in the second round when they pick and kind of develop that way. But I think that they're rocking the Geno Smith route. And I think they're serious about that. Indianapolis, they're looking for a guy. Cardinals, for better or for worse, have Kyler Murray.
Well, they got a lot of money invested in him, so
Yeah,
I don't know
better
if
for
they're
better
be...
for worse. So now
Yeah.
you have Houston, who likely is going to go quarterback at 2. Could shock people. Not. They'd also have they have a 12 pick. So
I think they would be just cracked out of their head if they don't take CJ Stroud at 2. I think that would just be a disastrous move for an organization who we like to make fun of Washington quite a bit. The organization, the front office in Houston, has made some bizarre, horrible decisions over the years. So I wouldn't put it past them to pass up on a future potential quarterback. What do you call it? Franchise quarterback, so that they can get a defensive end like they did with Jadeveon Clowney. I don't remember who they passed up on to take Clowney, number 1, but defensive end, as we've seen here, is not a game changer as much as a quarterback is. So I think they would be crazy to pass over CJ Stroud. I don't think they're going to do it, but they've made some kooky moves before, so we'll see what they end up doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of people in the chat here bringing this up already. Absolutely, especially with the way the stream works, is we are watching it and it's a little bit delayed, and then YouTube delays it even further for you. So wait to put anything in the chat until we discuss it, or it pops up here and we'll see it. So try not to spoiler in the chat. Don't bring it from Twitter. We know Twitter is going to have it quicker than the broadcast, right? That's been the big thing for years, and they've tried to slow it up a little bit to try to beat that. It's not perfect. So try to keep the spoilers to a minimum to kind of help us go through, create good content for you. You guys can watch it. You guys can know it, and just, start typing that message and be like, I can't believe the Carolina Panthers had all this time and they still wasted 10 minutes and didn't take a pick.
Yeah. Well, they're going to do that.
They're taking all 10 minutes. This is, as I watched Draft Day earlier, and
did you watch it?
Oh yeah. I watched, I only started watching it last year. It's so cheesy.
Yeah.
But they bring up how people wasted their 10 minutes and got skipped. Now, my favorite thing is not the skipping part. My favorite thing is the first pick. So Carolina's had this they traded Chicago like a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
So they've been sitting on this for weeks, and they're going to still take the full 10 minutes to make this pick. They know who they're picking. Just like last year, they knew who they were picking, and the year before that. There's no mystery here.
I have a theory. On why they do that, why teams do that, especially the number 1 overall. Well, that's what we're talking about, the number 1 pick, and that they know who they're picking, and everybody knows who they're picking. My theory is that the number 1 pick is almost always going to be a terrible franchise. That's why they're at the number 1 pick. Carolina has been terrible for years and years and years. You're not going to talk about Carolina at all unless you have those extra 10 minutes to be able to talk about them and the first pick. So it's just a chance for the Carolina front office and maybe their star player, their coach. They got a brand new coach there in Carolina. So it's just their chance to kind of get their shine, to get their TV time and all of that. It has nothing to do with they're not sure of who they're going to pick or why are you wasting everybody's time. They need the exposure. Carolina needs the exposure. So that's why they're going to do that. That's my theory anyway.
EP's typing over here, so we had a small change in our broadcast. I'm going to wait for her to finish typing before I click over here. She's trying to get me set up with the proper account. Like I said, we're kind of in a bit of a transition, which is why you don't see the normal burgundy background. My TV is currently sitting on the couch.
So she's getting you set up so you can watch.
She's setting me up here on the computer so I can watch it. So just a little going. So thanks, EP. She's got me live.
EP always coming in.
Big round of applause for EP. Big round of applause. All right, now I can get back to regular programming.
Nice.
Which is not that one. Where did it go?
You got it. Keep going.
This is the
Keep
one.
trying. There it is. There you go.
All right. And I'm going to mute this as well. So hopefully you guys can even hear that.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, EP,
So
for taking care of me, making sure I'm fed.
Do you like my theory? Do you like my theory of why, like an example
it's
this
a
year,
TV
why
time?
Carolina? It's just a way to get them some time, because otherwise, if they go on there and they make that pick like that, we're never going to talk about Carolina again until tomorrow when they have their next pick.
I do think it's a broadcast decision.
Oh,
There's
really?
a
So you think the
lot of money that
broadcast
goes
is
into it.
driving
I don't think,
Okay.
I think it's a broadcast decision. There's a lot of money that's in on draft day, and not the movie, but the actual draft. And so you can't have that first pick, even though they have had months, just immediately out the door. And so that's a big thing there.
Because they kind of got everything timed out with those 10 minutes and everything.
It's the reason why there's always a commercial break before Washington picks here. John Point asking here, Nathan, I thought your guys were going to be at the stadium today. We wanted to be. Unfortunately, the team is not having a draft day party. Like, they are having a draft party, and that's going to be on Saturday. Down in the National Harbor, which hopefully, if they can't get RFK and they're not going to stay at FedEx, I'm hoping that National Harbor area is the place to be for a stadium. But they're going to be down there. You can get tickets. The event looks really good. I guess so. The e-tickets, the way it works is if you go to this, and hopefully it's good weather. Right now, it's looking like it might be a little dicey.
I think in the afternoon. I think it's going to be good Saturday.
But the ticket gives you Ferris wheel rides. It gives you Dippin' Dots and pictures and stuff like that. Nice. But unfortunately, no stadium for us. I was really hoping. I got the soundboard here. We got the extra mic set up. We had everything, and it was a great time last year.
Yeah,
and the interviews were amazing that we were able to get in funnel too. But unfortunately, they didn't do it. If they ever have it again, I trust that we'll get the invite, as we've as you guys know, we've had Jason, we've had Julie, we just had Logan Paulson on. We're good with the team. I'm hoping that they would give us that invite. And we actually talked with Miss Medina about it, and she was just like, she wasn't sure at the time. It was about a month and a half ago, but she said if there's anything that they would let us know. So,
but if you remember, also she said that FedEx is undergoing some renovations with their sound system, and so they really didn't. They couldn't bring everything. They used the sound system on draft day, right? Because they're broadcasting all over the stadium on the big screen and all that stuff. So because of the renovations, that was really the biggest reason why they didn't have a first round draft day party this year. So yeah, too bad. We wanted to be there. We were ready. We were going to be there, but not this year.
I'm sure we'll get the invite to some other things. Hopefully they'll have a big training camp. And like I said, we'll be pretty mobile and getting out there and doing some of that stuff. So let's get back to the draft as we're waiting here for the official draft to start. We're still about 7 minutes out from the Carolina Panthers being on the clock. You brought up that CJ Stroud was your second QB and that Houston would be insane not to go for him.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people. There's some people who are worried about that S2 score. I don't think as many as really worried. I think that might have tinfoil hat time. You got the conspiracy music.
I do.
That might be one of those ones where it's leaked beforehand to try to get them to drop in case you have somebody maybe on the fence like, okay, that's news we didn't have. Yep, we got the conspiracy there. So I don't know. I do think there's going to be some surprises though, and I would not be surprised to see CJ Stroud taken after Levis.
So you think Houston is just going to botch it and just take Will Anderson? Or
probably.
I don't see. I just think they're crazy if they do that. But that's Houston. They've made a lot of weird draft picks over the years. But CJ Stroud. You do have that S2 score that was really, really low. By the way, whoever leaked that should probably be banned from the internet for the rest of their life, because all that did was hurt his character and hurt his potential and possibly took money out of his pocket. That was just not cool that somebody leaked that information. But I think also you have that whole history, and we've talked about it. We don't agree with this, but you have the history of the Ohio State quarterbacks. There's never been an Ohio State quarterback who's been successful at the NFL level. So he has that to overcome. He's going to be going to a horrific team that doesn't have any receivers right now. They could get some. But a lot of people said Marvin Harrison Jr., who was a sophomore last year at Ohio State, is better than any receiver on the Texans roster right now. And he's not even going to get drafted this year because he's not eligible. But his partner, Smith and Jigba, he's going to get drafted in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to have anybody to throw to. So he's got that. He's got a bad team. He's got the Ohio State curse. He's got this low score. So there's a lot of things working against him. But you know what's working for him? He's a damn good quarterback. And I think he's going to be successful in this league.
Yeah, I don't really believe in the helmet curse. Like you go for the player, and I think that there's some things that are good about CJ Stroud. Honestly, the Bryce Young height might be a bigger concern for people than this S2 score. And Daniel asks, what is S2? So Declassified, Brian and Eric interviewed one of the heads of S2, which is it's a sports company. These two guys got together, got PhDs in neuroscience. They're both former college athletes. And so they realized that there's a lot of similarities when it comes to degenerative neurological diseases and the sports that we play. And they're developed some tests. They've been working with NFL for 8 years now. And what they do is they have these tests. It's different from the Wonderlic, which Wonderlic has been long just lambasted. I don't even think they use it anymore.
I think they still do. I think they still give it.
The Wonderlic is like, here's this algebra equation. Can you solve it in a certain amount of time?
Right.
S2 works on several different factors, and they are very upset with the score being kind of leaked out. They said that there were some wrong scores. They couldn't verify anything on there. Because if you tell these scores are wrong, then you have to assume that the other scores are right. They did say one was unfair to the person, and it really seems like that was geared towards the CJ Stroud. They were also on For the Brand, Pat McAfee show, and kind of really hinted there that as much as they could, because they're under contract with these teams, and I guess, and this is all within that interview with Declassified. They have up to 2 teams per division in the NFL. So half the NFL is working with S2. And this isn't just for getting prospects out. This is also for player development. It's something as a nerd like me, I love that stuff. I'm all about the analytics and work towards it. It's why I'm looking at RAS scores. It's why I'm like, you can really work with somebody who has the athletic skill set or the neurological makeup and teach them the things that they need to do, right? And work on those kind of things. And so, getting those kind of players. And so, unfortunately, I think if they're only working with 2 teams per division, Washington's probably not one of those teams. Do you see Ron Rivera and company using an analytic-driven numbers kind of neuroscience approach to either player development and or player selection?
I don't know. He sometimes he loves Pro Football Focus. He loves to talk about PFF scores of guys. He references it all the time. So maybe he might be one of those guys that actually loves it, but I don't know. Did they have a choice? Were they offered an opportunity to do these, or was it mandated? I'm not sure how all of that worked. Yeah.
So S2 had started actually with 1 team per division, and as more and more teams kind of got in, they started going 2 teams.
So maybe in the future,
it is a bit of an exclusive thing. You can't mainly because of the information they have. It's very proprietary. So
sure. HT's asking if we're going to do a day 2 live stream. We did talk about it, but we decided we're not going to do a day 2, but we are going to have a lot of reaction to the day 2 picks. We'll get them out there. almost as soon as they happen. We'll get something out there. But no, we're not going to do a live stream for a couple hours on Friday.
Yeah, so no live stream planned unless
yes.
Stoner.
Yeah, you're right.
If Washington falls back out, if they trade back and trade out of the first round,
yep,
we will do a live tomorrow.
That's correct.
If we have 3 picks on day 2, 3 or 4 picks on day 2, HT, we will be live. So,
hey, do you know what time it is?
It looks like it's draft time, which is great here. I know we're going to talk about draft, but Tommy T hitting the big news, and I'm surprised we didn't even bring this up already here. It has been tweeted out, and Goodell has come out and said that progress is being made, and he expects an announcement next month regarding the sale of the Washington Commanders. AJ Perez and Front Office Sports also tweeting out that the Harris deal is with NFL headquarters right now and is moving forward.
Yep.
They are trying to go through all the wickets. It's not been officially selected or announced in that regard, but they're going to go through with it. They're going to keep pushing forward because all they're waiting for is if it passes through all the wickets, they're like, okay, Dan, all you do is press the button. And then it's golden. Dan might be holding out, seeing if Stevie A or, Davis are actually going to come out with $7 billion, but
which they're not. They're definitely not.
No.
But yeah, I think that's it. I think they're still doing their checks. They're doing all their checks on. You've got 17 different owners that they all have to be vetted. All their money has to be vetted. All their backgrounds have to be vetted. So that takes a little bit of time. But from everything that we're hearing and what Roger Goodell just said is that everything's moving along just fine. And they'll probably vote on it. And then Dan will say, okay, sounds good. Because he's not going to back out at that point. Because then he'll just embarrass all the owners. And then the owners will just scream at him and throw him out. So, yeah, I think it's basically a done deal. We just have to wait till the ink is dry.
Gus Bus here, missing the draft being in NYC in New York City. Not liking the concert style. EP saying it as well here. I don't really have, if I'm watching from home, I don't care one way or another how they have it. What I do like about the rotational thing is maybe they have it in DC one year.
Sure.
Wouldn't it be great to flood the draft in person and be there? So I like it being rotated. I mean, yeah, if it's New York City, you can always plan to go up there and crash the draft, but
where would you do it here? Where would be the spot to do it here in DC?
A spot like this, yeah, that's a rough.
Can you do it on the mall? Well, I mean, why could you not do it on the mall? They've done championship parades there. They've done giant protests. They've done inaugurations. Wouldn't it be great if you had the Capitol as the backdrop for the draft, and then you had just a sea of people all along the mall there? I think that would be amazing to have that, just like you do for the inaugurations. How great is it that you have up there on the Capitol, have them walking up there? That's your stage. Oh, that would be amazing. And then you have, like I said, you have the backdrop of all those people lining the mall. And this would be, of course, after the sale and everything. So this town would be on fire. If you can do that in 3 or 4 years, 5 years, maybe RFK is about to open, the new stadium at RFK, that would be great.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what kind of profitable private event is that? I mean, like I said, the championship parades, the championship rallies were held down there. I went both to the Caps championship rally. That was on the mall. They put a stage right there. They didn't put it on the Capitol, but it was on the mall. They had a big stage for the Caps and for the Nats. So I think you can do it there.
Yeah. National Harbor would be another choice. Navy Yard.
About that, yeah.
Those are a couple other ones. Real quick, sure. I just want to address, I had to mute somebody in chat for 5 minutes. MG, I've seen your posts and stuff, and we know that you like coming here and trolling and stuff. That's all good fun and appreciate it. But the comment was was not
Oh, I missed
appropriate.
it.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth repeating, but
probably not. You can put it in the private chat though, so
I'll put it in a private chat
is.
to let them know. So that if MG you're watching and you're wondering why you can't comment right now, it's because I did put you in a timeout because your last comment was inappropriate, and just wanted to address that. The National Mall. The best National Mall event would be the NHL Winter Classic. Eagles traded is what Joe Schmo is saying.
I'm going to Twitter now to see what I can find about that. Real quick.
Yeah, that's that commercial right now on the channel here. So,
all right, I'm looking.
Yeah, Gus Bus. We know he trolls, and it's fine. Or MG trolls. I'm not. Yeah. We just normally ignore it. Sometimes there's something fun that we'll share from MG. But what he commented was akin to a terrorist threat. So that's why I had to block him for a little bit there.
I don't see any trades.
Arizona was dumb, is what we're hearing. By Tommy T.
I'm not seeing anything. Oh, okay. Yeah, JP Finley saying rich get richer in Philly. How dumb is Arizona? Eagles and Cardinals. Nope, that has to do with the tampering investigation. Maybe it's the tampering invest. Let me read this real quick. Eagles and Cardinals settled the tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach. Terms: the Eagles traded pick number 94 in this draft and a 24 fifth rounder to the Cardinals for pick number 66 in this draft. So it's not a first round trade, but because of Arizona was tampering with the head coach possibility, they got slammed, and so they have to give up pick 66. Now they got a little bit back, but not 66. That's a valuable pick.
Yeah, and that's one of those things we talk about all the time is the top 100 picks. Those are your real impacts. And so that's where you go. So Goodell's coming out. He's got the card. He's got a couple people flagging him.
This is probably just starting. Saying
I don't see the clock countdown. So it seems like we've had a bit of a delay. Is this what's going on here?
No, usually this is kind of how it happens. They just putts around for a little bit.
Kansas City people are having fun booing Goodell in his face. That's a few drinks in, it sounds like.
Yeah, he's just opening it up right now.
Yeah, I agree with Gus Bus. It sounds like moving up in the third and giving up a future fifth is not the worst. I mean, that could have been a lot worse there. And but I mean, 66 though, that's not too big. So it was the 66 is where Philadelphia is now.
They took Arizona's pick
and Arizona
gave up a later one.
Yeah, so they gave up a later third.
The 94th pick. So basically they kind of swapped fourth for a third.
It's nearly 30 positions though. We've seen just how much that drops. That's still third round. Top 100's all within the first 3 rounds. Bryce Young is going number 1. Yeah, we're gonna wait 10 minutes, and it's
yeah. They still haven't even actually opened it yet, so they're not even on the clock yet. I don't believe.
Heidi Gardner up here, actor, comedian, and Chiefs super fan.
Don't know anything about her. The only Chiefs super fan I know of is Paul Rudd. Isn't Paul Rudd the actor? He's a big Chiefs super fan. Eric Stonestreet, yeah, he's another one. He's actually a huge fan as well.
So, the Goodell booing Trout is the best NFL draft tradition.
What do you what do you think about Bryce Young? What you don't seem to be very high on him. Just because of his size.
This is another quarterback class that I am not sold on. I think Bryce Young is a talent. I think that he can be a good player. I also think that he can end up being like a more level-headed Kyler Murray.
Well, he doesn't have the escapability or the running ability of Kyler Murray. He might be about the same size, but he doesn't have that.
But that's also a problem when you're talking your average linemen are about 6'5" and you're not even 6 foot.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I mean, he could turn into Drew Brees. and
Yeah, absolutely.
and that works out. But
I think he's a fantastic quarterback. He played. It's not like he played. Again, we try to talk about these quarterbacks who play at smaller schools. It's not like he played at Southwest Missouri State. He played against Georgia. He played against Florida, Tennessee, year after year. He played against pros, so he knows how to handle playing against pros. So I think for sure that he's going to be very successful because he's got it. He's got it up here, and we know
he's got a good mental
quarterbacking is
makeup.
mostly.
He's
up
very
here.
level-headed. I think that he's going to be a good player. And TJ, yeah, maybe he has that Russell Wilson escapability where it's not Kyler who's scrambling around back there for like 15 seconds and then launches a ball. Maybe it's just moving the pocket, and that's something that Carolina is going to have to be and work with them is making sure, like, if you take a QB early, you still have to surround them with good talent, and you know that they're going to do there. They are officially on the clock.
They are finally.
Good to see. I agree with Gus Bus here. Chiefs stealing the Panthers' shine. They're a little bit in the begining. And that's why you take 10 minutes. That's why you take 10 minutes. And now we have 10 minutes to talk about Carolina and their situation. I agree. Looks like happy birthday, Mom, is a message from someone on the Carolina staff there. They had it on their monitor.
Yeah, so that's what that reminder is, that they traded up for this pick. This wasn't even their actual pick. This was supposed to be for the Bears because they didn't have the horrible year that Chicago had. But they traded a bunch of picks to move up to number 1. And you don't do that. You don't move all that way to go take Will Anderson or to take Paris Johnson.
Devontae Mack. You don't trade 3 firsts for Devontae Mack.
No. You move all that way up so that you can go get a quarterback, a franchise quarterback that Carolina desperately needs, that they haven't had since Cam Newton kind of fell off a cliff and wasn't able to produce the way he was during his MVP years. They've gone through some horrific quarterbacks. So, yeah, so I think that was a good move for them. I'm always for that. I'm the type of fan who wants my GM to say, we need a quarterback, and we're going to do whatever it takes to go get a quarterback. And in this year's class, we see a quarterback that we want. So let's go get Bryce Young. Let's trade a bunch of picks and go get him.
I like how they were coy with it, right? They were like, they traded up and they're like, well, actually, we don't know. We would be willing to trade out of it. And it was just like, no. This isn't the actual draft day movie. You don't get to just like wheel and deal like that. The way that the Panthers war room looks like, their little draft room, everyone's really calm, cool, collected. Nobody's talking. They've made that pick. This is now broadcast time. Now it's broadcast time. So they absolutely bona fide are going to be taking this full 10 minutes here. Frank Reich here, fired last year from the Colts, now picking number 1 overall, going to get that guy that they want. That's like I said, now Carolina just has to surprise them. I think Carolina they did get a QB last year in the mid rounds, a guy that some people liked here, Matt Corral. But injuries and just not great play. You don't stick around for that. You keep plugging away. Chris Ward asking, who are we going to take at 16? We've made several different mock drafts here over the last few weeks. We have our particular favorites that we like. A lot of people seem to want to go the cornerback route. I personally would go with a tackle.
I would
16.
I would too.
But you never know. Yeah,
that's interesting. How they go. That's interesting. When I was thinking about this, and we've kind of touched on this a few times, but if you take a tackle at 16, what are you doing on your offensive line now that you have brought in a tackle that you're obviously going to play? You already signed a tackle.
Yeah, Logan talked about that, right? Wiley has position flex, and it sounds like they are willing to move him inside if they draft a starting tackle. They have flexibility with that.
So now we're talking about moving Wiley to right guard,
left guard.
So Cosme would stay over there.
You would have guard. Leno, Wiley, You would either have Nick
Gates.
Gates or Roulier if he's back, Tyler Larson, at center. Then you had Cosme and
then,
Darnell Wright or your right tackle.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I get that because that's what you have on your roster right now. I don't see it. If you're taking a tackle that high, you want him to be your left tackle. And I know they have a left tackle. But if you're going to take a tackle in the first round at 16, I don't like taking a right tackle. You take a left tackle, and that means the end of
the thing is Doug is right. You take a tackle there if you really want to tackle, because taking a tackle later is not that's a developmental tackle, right? There's no, there's plenty of right tackles that get picked in the first or top of the second round. And that's okay. They can still swing out to the left if they start developing into becoming that caliber. But to me, this is where you need to go. Yeah, Chris Ward, you're with a lot of people, Chris, is a lot of people are thinking corner. And honestly, if it was like a Forbes or if it was a Porter Jr. or a Banks, I'm okay with that as well. I personally, I'm going to go with the offensive lineman. I like taking the big boys early, and I like taking them late. You get solid ones to start for you, and you get developmental ones to be the guy later down the road. Cornerback is a very deep position this draft. And so I think at 47, if you take a offensive lineman at 47, that there's going to be, or not 47, if you take them at 16, there's going to be a cornerback there at 47 that you might like, or even later.
Yeah,
the thing with the cornerback room, and we say it's a need. A lot of fans, feel like it's a need. But if Benjamin St. Juste is healthy and Kendall Fuller is healthy, you have two starting corners.
Sure.
So this is your third cornerback. And this goes back to Stoner. You hated the Fedarian Mathis pick.
I did.
And this is the same situation. Are you spending this high of a draft pick on a guy who's only on the field for so often? Because, you could see a 3 safety look before you see a 3 CB look.
Yeah, but you might just have that guy as your nickel corner, not nickel corner, as your Buffalo nickel guy. So instead of having one of your safeties do it, like they did last year with Bobby McCain filled that third cornerback role, and he played 80 to 90% of the snaps. So that would be the role that I think he would play. Is he'd be out there all the time, and he'd be your third corner, but he's playing 90% of the defensive snaps. That's kind of what I think they're thinking when they're if they decide to go with a cornerback. So I don't think it's kind of a luxury pick to go with that. I like the idea of a cornerback. I wouldn't be mad. I'll be mad if they take a running back. I'll be mad if they take a defensive tackle. And I would be mad if they took a safety. Those are the only 3 positions to where I would throw something at the TV if they make that pick. Anywhere else, you can convince me that it's the right move. Offensive line, corner, even tight end. I know it's a little high, but I wouldn't hate it. And then wide receiver, I wouldn't hate it, but that would just mean Curtis Samuel's going to get cut.
Or traded.
Or traded. Edge rusher. We got to talk all about the edge rusher. That could possibly happen as well. So, yeah, there's plenty of options there as they get ready to make this pick. I'm going to throw this up here real quick. I got to go back and find it now. Yeah.
Yeah, the pick
just
is in.
Friendly reminder.
AHT saying, don't break the TV. That's expensive. Break a toaster. Break your light. Whatever you can. Just don't break it. Tommy T saying, they said Alabama never had a first overall pick.
Which they have, by the way. The Washington Redskins in 1948 drafted a guy number 1 overall out of Alabama. That was before the merge, but it was still the number 1 pick in the NFL draft.
But that would have been the NFC? It was before the merge?
No, it was the AFL NFL merge.
Yeah.
So, but they didn't stipulate that in the thing. In the comment, they said it's never happened, but it has happened.
That's official on my screen, or not my screen here, but on my TV. Bryce Young is the first pick overall. Carolina Panthers taking the young QB out of Alabama. So that one's off the board. If you were looking to take him on your deal here, it is not going to happen.
He gone.
We should have had like a little board up to see if how many we can pick. I think we're right so far. Both of us thought it was going to be Carolina. I'm trying to get the refresh here on my my computer because that's not a fun screen to be looking at. Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. You got some computer stuff going on now. Well, it's
been a mess.
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean that was a no-brainer. Everybody thought that. I think, like I said, I think he's going to be fantastic. So they're obviously making the right choice. He gets the ball right away. He's going to be starting day one, the 1-1 pick. I think he has a good chance to succeed there, even though who's their top receiver? Off the top of my head, I can't even think of who their best receivers are because they got rid of DJ Moore.
Yeah, I was about to say that was like
right?
that was their top wide receiver.
They got rid of Christian McCaffrey. I believe they got rid of, I don't even know if he was there last year, but I always remember him in Carolina as Robbie Anderson or whatever he's called now. He changed his first name to like Happy or something. I don't even know. But
going way back.
Oh, yeah.
With Moose.
Muhammad. Who were some other great Carolina receivers? Steve Smith Sr., of course. He was probably maybe their best. I mean, they have only been around since 95, I think. So they've been around less than 40 years. So they haven't had a chance to develop a huge tradition at any of those spots.
Well, waiting for any of my pages to load.
Wow,
I can share a draft tracker. Huh? Yeah, it's all right. We're going to switch over to a page that will update, it looks like. So,
Chris is also asking, what about defensive end? Yes, absolutely. We're saying an edge rusher is definitely in play at 16.
I'm a big believer in that. I think edge rusher is a need. A 16 might be a little high for the guys who are going to be available. So this is a trade back situation. I love Felix out of Kansas State. So that to me is an option. But that's a late first, early second round pick.
So you don't like, so you don't think Nolan Smith, for example, is going to drop down to 16? Yeah, he's not going to be available.
No,
if he's available at 16,
Luke Van Ness would be another one if they're available at 16. That you just kind of have to like. I mean, if they're available, those two would probably be very interesting picks.
Yeah, that would be crazy, huh? So that would be crazy if they went with something like that at 16. After the Chase Young news, and then all of a sudden your number one pick is an edge rusher, man. Chase Young would probably he'll probably break a TV if he saw that. Then he'd know, okay, it's over for me here.
Yeah, definitely.
There you go.
Yep, got it up there. Here we go. Bryce Young, Houston's on the clock.
All right, what do you think for Houston? I've already kind of talked all about what I think Houston should do, and I think it should be CJ Stroud.
They really should go quarterback here. This is to me the wild card. Whether or not it goes to Will Anderson or Levis or CJ Stroud is where I'm not sure. Cardinals on the clock. Pick is in already for Houston. Houston not wasting any time. If you're not wasting any time, I feel like it's going to be one of the QBs. So we'll say CJ Stroud. They're not afraid of it, and that's where I'm going to go. So we're both on CJ Stroud.
Yep. I'm gonna start keeping track of all
who's your
our,
second. I think they go Will Anderson.
No, you can't. No, you got to. I mean, you can.
I said your second. Who's your second?
Oh, my second. Yeah, the second would be Will Anderson. But no, I'm pretty sure they're gonna go CJ Stroud. So your first choice though is Stroud, right? All right. So
Trout's got Stroud as well. Lots of joke on Steph Curry.
Check. What's the joke about
TJ saying Will Anderson there? They're just saying that they'll pick Texans will pick Curry, showing lots of pics of Steph Curry. I just feel like if they moved that quickly, they were just going to take the second QB.
So then Arizona. Yeah, I think Arizona is probably going to take Will Anderson. And these are kind of how most of the mocks have been going so far. I don't think there's any surprises so far.
I know there's going to be a surprise here within the top 10. There usually is. And
I can't wait till, all right, Arizona, Houston, make your pick. Arizona, make your pick. I want to get to Indianapolis.
Because that's it, right? This is are they going Richardson? Are they going Levis? Are they going like where are they going to go for that? So I'm just waiting for them to get to there. The pick is in for Houston. I put up our spoiler one again there. Just make sure there's no spoilers coming in here as we're waiting live. CJ Stroud, as we said.
Yep.
You know, we thought that was going to be the case.
Wow. All right. Well, that can't make Indianapolis very happy. Because I think Indianapolis was hoping he would fall.
Yeah, Gus Bus saying it would make sense for Indy to trade up to number 2. They're more desperate for a QB. They might just be waiting for whoever falls to them at 4 because, I mean, you have 2 guys that they went 1-2, solid selections there. But then your third QB is either Levis or it's Richardson. And they're going to come to you. And if those are the ones that you actually like, then there you go.
Yeah, all right. We're getting close to fireworks time for sure. I think that's a smart pick for Houston, and we've already talked about it quite a bit, but I think it's smart for them to go quarterback and reset their whole thing. Now, the Davis Mills situation is kind of interesting. So maybe CJ Stroud doesn't have to go in there and start week 1 because they have an experienced, capable starter in Davis Mills. So that puts less pressure on CJ Stroud. But I mean, he has to be starting at least halfway through the year, regardless of if he's ready or not. You've got to put him out there. And unless they're like 7-2 or something, which is crazy that Davis Mills would have him at 7-2. But you have to see CJ Stroud this year. Doesn't necessarily have to be game 1. Unlike Bryce Young has to start week 1.
Yeah. Do you think this is where Jalen Carter might make a splash?
Where at 3?
At 3?
No. This is Will Anderson. That's my pick. You want to go?
No, I think it's Will Anderson. I know there's going to be a surprise here. Jalen Carter is going to be one of those ones. As there was a joke earlier from HT, is like any leaked video of someone pot smoking or anything like that. Jalen Carter's the one who's kind of under some scrutiny, and that might be him falling in this draft, or someone's just going to be like, nope, we're still going to take him, even though he's going through. I don't want to try to downplay it or anything, but I don't have all the details, but
yeah, he had a situation to where I believe he got in an accident, and
a hit and run thing.
Yeah. And he took off from that accident. And there's also been some questions about his drive, his motor, and the same, a lot of people get those, but you never know until you get him out there in the practice field and all that. But Will Anderson is not one of those guys that you worry about.
Alcatone going with Paris Johnson Jr.
for Arizona. That's interesting.
That's not a bad pick.
That would not be a bad pick. I have no idea who their left tackle is. Right? It's Arizona, and I don't care who their left. I'm not Mel Kiper Jr., where I know every single player on every single team. But you can't go wrong with Paris Johnson Jr. Absolutely right. But I don't think that's what they'll do.
Yeah.
I think it's Will Anderson. Who are you going with? You haven't said.
I agreed with you. Will Anderson is who I think. I'm asking for as far as DJ Humphreys, by the way, is the left tackle out in Arizona. Okay. So yeah, probably not going to go Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah. What about I'm looking at a mock over here that has Christian Gonzalez, the corner, going 3 to Arizona. Now that would be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility there. Dennis Gardak, Rashad Fenton are your starting corners.
Who and who?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't hate Spoon. I told you there's always something to shake it up.
Yeah.
Always something to shake it up.
It's going to get shook at 4.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think
regardless
so.
of
I
what
think it's
they-
going to be a QB, and it doesn't matter which one it is. Chris asking, how do we feel about trading Chase Young? I feel like it's not going to happen.
Right.
I
don't think they should either. You got to give him another year to prove it.
If you're going to trade him, you have to trade him for a second or higher, which I don't think the value's there for him. And that's the thing. You probably, if he has a great year, you're either franchising, you're signing a long term. That's what John Keim is thinking that they're trying to do. They want to sign everybody, and that's so. I just don't see the trading being a thing there, and I expect Chase to have a decent bounce back year.
I would not be okay. I'd be surprised, but not shocked if they traded Montez Sweat, because his value is so much higher, but he's in the last year of his contract. But his play on the field value is so much higher than Chase's. They're both in basically the same situation in that their contract is up at the end of the year. So I would be surprised, but I would not be shocked if they traded Montez Sweat this weekend or before training camp.
You know how I said there was going to be a shakeup? We got a little Tommy T action here, a little Nick action.
Oh, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Little wow in the in
trade
the
alert.
chat there.
There's a trade alert. Arizona Cardinals have traded the pick to Houston. So Houston's going to get 2 and 3. So I know
Paris Johnson. Who's Arizona's left tackle?
Not Arizona. Houston's left tackle.
That's what I'm saying. Who's Houston's left tackle?
Yeah.
Because you don't move back up for a defensive player, do you?
Man, if you go all the way up to 3 for a defensive player,
left tackle. No, left tackle's Tunsil.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna go with
you're gonna go with Anderson or
Will Anderson. It looks like because they have
Harris.
Christian Harris, Christian Kirksey, and Denzel Perryman as their linebacker core. Jerry Hughes and Jonathan Greenard as defensive ends.
Oh man, so now now I'm gonna have to change up the thing at the bottom, and that's no fun.
Yeah, this is what you get for trying to be proactive and StreamYard, where it's not exactly friendly for that.
So Houston now has the 3rd pick. All right, so I need to go in and I got to change at least that part.
I got looking at it. I think it's going to go
2-3.
Gus Bus, you're right. We need an intern for this.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so this is Houston again. I don't know.
Yeah, Trout asking the important question: who would Houston even still want? And
they wanted somebody bad.
You have to if you're trading in. What's the package? Did we look that up?
No, they haven't. They have not announced the exact trade. But you've got. If you take Paris Johnson, which I think is a possibility, you've got Tunsil, Paris Johnson, C.J. Stroud. That's a foundation, my friend. All right, here we go.
Pretty good.
Selection.
Is this a wide receiver? Who is this going to be? They could use the wide receiver.
Will Anderson.
It was Will Anderson?
They traded up for Will Anderson. Ahead of I guess they're just taking him away from Arizona, because Arizona would have probably been the pick. So they moved up to take Will Anderson Jr., edge rusher. Is he classified as an edge, or is he classified as a I think he's classified as an edge, or is he classified as a linebacker? I was wondering. But all right, let me go in and update this.
Yeah, our intern is also our executive producer, and she is sitting on the couch. She deserves a break. She has she earns all the time off.
Wow, that's pretty good though. If you're Houston, you got to be happy with the draft already. You already got an A+. You got the second pick, you got the third pick. You got Laramie Tunsil. They're doing something here. Hey, I take everything back that I said bad about them earlier.
Let's just remember that they were so bad that they earned this second overall pick to start. Okay. I don't necessarily. CJ Stroud needs to be special. Will Anderson needs to be like Micah Parsons level for them to turn it around in 1 year. They still need to do some work, but this is a good start out in Houston.
Ooh.
Did
you
anyone
remember that? Sorry, I was just going to ask. Do you remember that year that when Washington had Chris Samuels or I don't know if Samuels. Yeah, I think it's Samuels and LeVar. Was that back to back, or maybe it was one after?
It was
something in between.
I don't think it were back to back.
It was really close to that. It was like 2 and 4, maybe, or 3 and 5, something like that. I can't remember. I mean, that's an A+ when you have something like that. When you have 2 top 5 picks. Oh man, that's crazy, man. They haven't announced what they gave up to move up to the third pick. So I don't know. Can you scroll down and see if Arizona is still in the first round? Like if they, because Houston had like 12 or something, didn't they?
Yeah, they had 12. They switched it. So it was originally Cleveland's pick, went to Houston for the trade.
Yeah. I wonder what else
Houston just turned it in there. Yeah. I'm interested in the
package.
What they ended up getting there.
All right. I'll look on Twitter so we can inform everybody. Let's see. Traded back up. Number one. Okay. His team drafted twice in the top 3 ever. Yes, of course. I think we just talked about, top 3, maybe that. All right. That's the money. Okay. I don't think there's anything. All right. Here we go.
I've been reported.
Texas are sending the 12th, the 33rd, a first next year, and a third next year.
Wow.
So they swapped the 12 and the 3, a second rounder, a first and a third next year for Arizona's number 3 pick and 105.
And 105. Okay, that's a little bit better. I was like, man, all that to move from 12, but then getting the 105 back that
helps a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a.
Was that fourth round?
Yeah.
105 is fourth round.
I think it's late third. I'll verify here in a moment, but I think it's a late third is how it works.
Because we have 97, and I think that's the end of the third because that's a compensatory pick.
Yeah, it goes so third. That's the start of the fourth actually, because it goes all the way up to 102.
Yeah,
102 for the third round.
Houston's high fourth round pick.
So they again will be picking in the fourth round, the start of Saturday. It's going to go the Chicago Bears.
The Bears.
Then Houston. So they got the second and third pick in the fourth round. So they're going to be picking their guys in the start in the day 3 guys.
They lost the first rounder next year.
But if Will Anderson turns out to be the dude,
they lost the first
pick is in for the Colts. We need to pick it. What do you think?
Oh yeah, shoot. So we got that one right, even though we don't have the team right. All right. So you know what? I have no idea, but the smoke says Will Levis.
I'm going Levis as well. Yeah.
I think it's dumb. I don't think he's the man.
I think it's going to be Levis. We'll see.
All right, so we both think it's going to be Levis. What is everybody
TJ
else
saying? If he's taking the Colts, he's taking it. Chris, do you think we'll draft Kendall Fuller replacement? If we draft a guy at 16, it's possible. Eventually. I think they like Kendall Fuller, but I mean, if they're dead set on paying Sweat and Chase Young has a resurgence year and you want to keep the defensive line together, then you need a young cornerback to because Kendall Fuller's coming in his at the twilight of his deal. Well, he's still young though.
Right.
His deal. He's still young.
He's 28, 27,
I think right now. Yeah.
He's way young.
So I'm higher on Kendall Fuller than a lot of people are, but we'll see. So
man. Anthony Richardson's eyes were he was flashing his eyes. Maybe he knows something that we don't. They may be taking Anthony Richardson here.
It's possible.
man, this is so much fun. God, I love the draft. What's better,
the draft is
draft
pretty exciting.
or week one?
Week one, football tops. Football tops everything.
Just barely. All right, here comes the commish. We're getting there. Fourth pick of the 2023 NFL Draft. Indy takes Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
I told you they put a camera on him and his eyes were like, he was like,
All right.
Wow.
I think that's a smarter decision than Levis.
I think so too. I think he's going to be a star.
If he's one of the more physically talented players in this draft, and if he becomes a better passer, you're set.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have some patience with the passing, because this is a guy who's completed 56% of his passes, and as we talked yesterday, doesn't have a lot of time under center. And that's the thing that you need is reps. So hopefully Indianapolis gives him some time, but that's I think a smart pick. If you're going to go after a QB and you're taking the third QB in this draft, I'm taking Anthony Richardson over Levis. Yeah, Tanner Austin RPO on every single play for the first 2 years.
Hey, if it works, that's what worked with RG3.
I was about to say, you run an RG3 offense the first year, get them start kind of getting in there and then working in some of those pass concepts. Yep. But I mean, this is a guy who's 6'4", 244 pounds, runs like a 4.4.
Yeah. I think he ran a 4.4 or something, 4.43 maybe.
Like he's got the skills, or he's got the athleticism. I don't want to necessarily say that he has the skill set. He has the athleticism.
Okay.
And this is what I was talking about before, Stoner. Give me a guy who has the athleticism. Yeah. Give me a guy who has the cognitive ability. Right. You know, his S2 score was kind of in that average range. Average is 40 to 60. His was at like 57. That could be improved. And one of the things that the S2 guys were talking about was that is just kind of like an overall score. He could actually score higher on some of the QB aspects, is like reading a field and seeing the field and stuff. And if you can really, if Indianapolis is one of these teams who are with like the S2 program, working and developing that, and this guy, like you said, he could end up being the best QB in this draft.
Yeah. Okay.
The other ones are more highly touted. The other ones have many more years under center.
He's got more upside.
This ceiling is so high.
So high. I agree with you. Now we're talking Seattle. Who do we think Seattle's?
Dominique saying sorry, Geno Smith.
Take Will Levis here.
I don't think they're going to take a QB here.
I don't think so either. I think they're just going to go
silly.
I'm thinking either Gonzalez or Witherspoon. I think they're just going to go play it safe, and it's going to be a corner. So I'm going to go Gonzalez here.
You're going to go Gonzo?
Yep. I'm going to say Gonzalez.
Just to be different, I'd go with Spoon, but I'm actually going to look at the depth chart here.
Well, look at their offensive tackle depth chart as well.
Yeah, so they've got Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas on the left and right there.
Who's the first one?
Is Charles Cross.
Okay. And Abraham Lucas. Okay.
Cornerbacks are Mike Jackson and Uchenna Nwasu.
Okay. I think those are solid corners.
Boy Mafe was a guy who I was pretty high on when he was drafted.
Okay. Caleb's asking a lot of folks, Caleb, Jake Botel, Jalen Carter, they're all saying Jalen. This is where the fall. I guess it wouldn't really be.
Could be defensive tackle. They run a nose tackle, Brian Moore's, and they don't have depth here. This could be where Jalen Carter goes, gives them some depth because they do not have another tackle.
Yeah,
I like that. I'm going to go with Jalen Carter.
You know what? I'm switching mine too. Nice job, Jake and Caleb, talking about Jalen Carter. I think you're right. I'm switching mine as well.
It would not surprise me either. They have Draymond Jones Jaron Reed, Miles Adams as the only listed ends right now. Not really strong on the linebacker core either. I mentioned, Uchenna Nwasu is a linebacker,
Okay.
not a corner. Tariq Woolen is the other
Oh
corner.
yeah, he's like
That's
their
a good one.
fifth rounder or something that
Mhm.
was awesome this year.
Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech is a strong defensive end that maybe on the
What do you think about what Dominique says here? They might take a tight end here, Dalton Kincaid.
no,
Really?
not this high.
Way too
This
high.
isn't who's the guy out in Atlanta that I didn't want to see in the East.
Oh yeah, from Florida.
Yeah.
Geez, I already see he's so forgettable. He's number 8.
Yeah.
He's from
years
Florida.
he's
Went
2
like
years
top
removed
5.
and it's just we'll see if he does it.
Yeah, someone remind us who the tight end in Atlanta is that was supposed to be
Kyle Pitts is Gus
Yeah,
Bus.
Kyle
Thanks for that one. Thanks for the save there.
He was awesome at Florida, by the way. Oh, I loved watching him play. But
Yeah, Caleb and Jake. Jalen Carter is such a solid pick. I think if it's not Jalen Carter, it's got to be Tyree Wilson. I think they're fine with. I think they're fine with their cornerbacks, which is good. I mean, if we want the cornerbacks to drop, right? We want them to go further down here. So this would be good for Washington if they go with Caleb with me here, Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson.
I think Tyree Wilson might still be available for them because they got a second first rounder, or they get an additional first rounder. He might be available back there by 20.
Tyree Wilson is one of the top defensive ends. I don't think he's going to fall to 20. They might be able to get a defensive end at 20, but I mean, you can see if Jalen Carter's going to slide because of his legal issues. Yeah, I agree, Tanner. The Atlanta's a mess right now.
Yeah.
And sometimes tight ends, it takes a little bit.
Well, I mean, they've got Heineke now, so they've got everything fixed. Now that Heineke is there in Atlanta, they're good to go. Good call. Good call. So you don't think Tyree Wilson will last? If Tyree Wilson is there at 16, are you taking him? Assuming like the other edges are gone, Nolan Smith is gone, Van Ness is gone.
I would probably take Tyree over Wilson. Van Ness, I'd probably take. Van Ness would be the one that I'd I'm probably taking Tyree Wilson over either of those, but Van Ness would be someone who would.
I don't know why, and this is really not. This is
EP not happy with you. The hive is buzzing here. She's got her favorite emojis out.
This is unfair, but Van Ness, man, he's Iowa kid and at such a skill position. And I understand there's been plenty of fantastic skill players to come out of Iowa. I get it, especially when you talk about George Kittle, one of the most physically gifted tight ends in the game. But I look at Lucas Van Ness and I just see an Iowa corn-fed kid that just doesn't have the explosion.
Ryan Kerrigan?
I see Ryan. I mean, he's Purdue.
It's fine. It's the same thing. A Boilermaker, corn-fed Iowa kid.
Yeah,
it's all the same thing. As far as these are high motor guys, right?
Right, overachievers.
Yeah,
and when you get to the NFL,
great. I love Ryan Kerrigan. I have his jersey. He's one of my favorite defensive players over the last 3 decades.
Right, but he was.
That's fair. Adam Carricker over Ryan Kerrigan.
All right, here we go.
We got wow. Seahawks with the selection here.
Witherspoon.
They did go corner and they went with Spoon.
Wow. All right. Now what we can say.
I don't get any points for changing off a Spoon.
No. Now what we can say, I think, what we can say is the Jalen Carter drop has begun because that makes sense for him to be picked there at 5.
Yeah, that was probably. I mean, Detroit loves their tough guys.
Ooh, Detroit for Jalen Carter. Is that what you're saying?
Liam McNeil, Isaiah Buggs.
What are you?
Those are defensive tackles for a base 4-3 defense.
They've got Hutchinson on the end. I mean,
What
their defense was not great.
Their defense was not that great. What do you think? What if you think they grab Tyree to pair with Aiden Hutchinson? Kind of have this Montez, what we dream of with Montez Sweat and Chase Young.
What we hoped would happen in Washington. Yeah, that's not a bad. So you think Tyree's the next edge?
I think he's the
after Will Anderson.
They could also go corner here. This might be where Gonzo gets taken as Cameron Sutton and Chase Lucas are their starting cornerbacks.
They just got rid of Okuda, who was their number 3 pick, number 3 overall pick.
I'm going to go with Gonzo here.
All right. Hang on.
Caleb and I are on the same page here. We were on the same page. We kind of got lost in the sauce there with Seattle. Looking at their roster and picking incorrectly, but I like where your head's at, Caleb.
All right. So is that your official pick?
I'm going with Gonzo here. Yep.
All right. So you think Christian Gonzalez? Let me think on this. No, I'm going to probably keep going with Jalen Carter until somebody gets him.
Somebody's just going to keep rolling with him.
Yeah, man. He's a special talent, bro.
I think they would go with Tyree over Jalen Carter. I think they'd want to pair another pass rusher, high draft pick pass rusher with Aiden Hutchinson. Getting after the quarterback is so important.
Shout out to everybody who is viewing and listening, watching, whatever, that you're not spoiling the picks. We
much appreciated. It helps the conversation. Yeah, it helps very much. Yeah, it makes for better content when you don't spoil it. Chris, do we take Hendon Hooker at 16 if he's there? Absolutely not.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. You need a player at 16. This roster needs a player at 16 that has day one impact. And Hendon Hooker's best bet to play in the NFL is if he gives that knee another year and he learns a playbook. Would I take him late first, early second? Now you at least kind of have that question. Probably
he's there in
not with this roster because as Gregory, no one's in the chat doing the Wolves, but again, I think you roll with Sam Howell this year and see what you got there.
Yeah. And also shout out to everybody. If you all take a second real quick and just hit that like button, we'd appreciate it. If you're not subscribed, we've got most of the folks in here are folks we know, and I'm sure you're already subscribed, but hit that subscribe button if you're not, and then hit that notifications for when we go live and when we put out content, which is often. So we appreciate y'all very much so.
Try to get a few more names on here so that way we can kind of still see. So, Spoon was just taken. Lions are on the clock, taking their time with this one.
Yep. Gone to commercial. So this
originally was the Rams pick.
Oh, so Stafford. This was a Stafford trade. Okay. I think that Stafford trade, even though the Rams won a Super Bowl, so it worked out for the Rams, I think it's been good for Detroit as well because they've got a solid quarterback. They've been able to get these extra picks as well.
I still don't think they won the trade because
they didn't win the trade.
The other team won the Super Bowl.
Right.
But
it's been solid.
They at least set themselves up. To unfortunately bring up a bad memory for Nationals fans. I think it's very similar to Juan Soto being traded, except for the Padres didn't win the championship. They didn't win the World Series.
Right.
But not Juan Soto, I guess actually Scherzer and Trey Turner trade because we've got a couple good young talents out there. CJ Abrams, Mackenzie Gore. These are guys who are on the team now who are going to help for the future. Mm-hmm. And that's what Detroit did is they traded away. They traded away the guy, but they've got pieces in return. So that's
right.
I agree, Nick. Wows are great. Go ahead and wow. It's just no spoilers. The wows.
No.
Oh, Gus Bus is saying no more wows. I'm okay if
That's
you do
why,
wows.
yeah.
If you wanna type a wow, that gives us a heads up like something's coming. We know now there's gonna be a trade coming.
Yep. Which is fine. If you say trade as well, that's fine. Just don't spoil what the exact trade is. That is a-okay. So we just know a trade is coming. Of course, ESPN is on commercial right now and they're killing me. But here they come back now. I still can't. I would never do that. I would never go and just stand out there like that. I would do it if I was close. But...
Arizona traded back up.
Oh. Yep.
Arizona. I'm looking at the clock ticking. Arizona has traded back up.
Yep. You're correct.
So now who does Arizona take?
Oh, now we gotta pick real quick. I'm sticking with Carter. No, I'm not taking Carter for Arizona.
Now I got to go back to their depth chart.
I'm going to Paris Johnson here.
Yeah.
Gotta do it quick because their pick is in.
Their pick is in. I'm not looking at it. Don't spoil it. I'm looking at the roster right now. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna go with Skoronski.
So, all right, hang on. So, Cardinals got the 6th overall pick. The Lions get 12, so they move back to that 12, and a second round. This Cardinals second rounder, which is number 34. See, I think that's great for Detroit. They move back 6 spots, and they get a second rounder. That's what I think Washington is hoping to do, something like that. Move back 6 spots and get a second or third rounder out of it. So, all right. So they say the pick is in. Who did you say? Skoronski?
Yeah, it's probably Paris Johnson, but I don't know. I'm going to go with Skoronski just to be different than you.
Okay, that's fair. We're still even, by the way.
Just make sure if you're ahead of us, make sure you don't put anything in the chat that's the actual. You can put in your guess, but don't put in any spoilers as people are watching with us.
Detroit traded. Yes, we know that. Raj. 6th pick.
For the record, Skoronski is higher than Daniel Jeremiah is best available.
Paris Johnson Jr.
I had a feeling it was going to be Paris Johnson, but
all right, let me go in and update.
The problem with Skoronski, the short arms, the short arms is what's going to kill him. A lot of people are going to kind of be a little afraid to go with him there. Interesting to move back up in this spot, but Cardinals do it. They get their tackle. So Houston
Paris Johnson
jumping
Jr.
around there.
Paris Johnson Jr., by the way. I'll look it up. He's Paris Johnson Jr. It's Johnson Jr. OT.
Skoronski could be a tackle. He's listed as a tackle. He played very well as a tackle. A lot of people do think he's going to end up being a guard because of those short arms.
There you go. It's been a fun draft already. We're only 6 picks in.
I told you there's always this is why they I forget who it was, but they put down like $1 million. If you can prove that you have a perfect 1 through 32, or in this case 31 draft board, then there you go. We'll give you $1 million.
Yeah, and people are like, I'll match it. Because it's impossible. It's just like picking a perfect bracket in the March Madness. It's you can't do it, and it can't do it here either because you can't predict these sort of trade.
These trades. Will Levis, by the way.
Oh, okay. Raiders are on the clock. Will Levis, you got Levis here. Yes, I got that one. I'm leading 4-3, by the way. Raiders. Why is everybody thinking they got Jimmy G? They've got Jimmy G. I'm not convinced they're taking.
Oh, I forgot that Jimmy G went to the Raiders.
Everybody seems to think they're taking a quarterback. But I don't.
No. I forgot that they picked up Jimmy G.
I'm gonna go. Either Gonzalez is gonna go here. Tommy T. Yep. See, TJ saying no way they're taking a QB here.
You're right. They're not going to go. I've completely forgot about the Jimmy G pick up?
Tommy is saying Gonzalez. Gonzalez is not bad, but who are the receivers? Oh, they got Devontae Adams, don't they?
Yeah, and Hunter Renfrow. I don't think they're need for
receiver.
receiver.
I'm going Gonzalez. I'm in.
No Jalen Carter. I thought we were doing Jalen Carter until he's picked.
I know. I lied. So I'm going with Gonzalez. He's going to be when I have nobody, I'm going to go with Jalen Carter.
I'm going to go with Jalen Carter here.
Caleb's got Tyree.
Yeah, Tyree, I don't think. Tyree, maybe. They got Max Crosby on the outside.
John Rassel says Raiders are taking a corner. That's what he thinks. So, yeah, all these that's what makes this draft great. Nobody knows.
They have Nate Hobbs and Duke Shelley.
I don't know much about those two out in Vegas. Did I tell you the story about when I was out in Vegas and I had a chance to go to the Vegas 49ers game? And instead, I wanted to watch the Commanders game in a bar.
You muffed it.
And it was the Cleveland game when Carson Wentz was pathetic. It was so dumb that I didn't go see a Raiders game in that beautiful stadium.
Totally
Can't believe I did that.
TJ agreeing with me. Carter is definitely a Raider.
Oh, okay. Wait, you don't have Carter. You have Levis.
No, I changed it. I changed it to Jalen Carter. I said, oh, that's right. I forgot about the Jimmy G. We're going with Jalen Carter.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Gonzo from Jake. Gonzo from John.
All right. I got Cardinals, everybody on my side.
Tommy T. Arizona's trying to make their own draft day movie. I want all my picks back.
Come on, Jake. Come on, John. We're on the Gonzo train.
Caleb asking, are the Raiders in a position to trade back here? I mean, would they probably want some more picks? Now it's the question of who would trade up and for who.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, it's bizarre to see. I mean, did Arizona really need to move up to get Paris Johnson Jr. up to the 6th spot?
Yeah, maybe they didn't even need to do that. But, maybe the Raiders would have taken Paris Johnson here. Right? They don't
could have been another one of those. Arizona traded out of the 3rd and got a decent haul for it because they were like, hey, we want Will Anderson, so you got to pay us pretty good penny to take Will Anderson from us. Maybe Detroit did the same thing to Arizona.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Will Levis is going to be there at 16. I think he's going to be there at 16.
I don't even want to.
You think the Falcons are going to Falcons, the Bears?
Hear it? Nope. Bears definitely.
The Eagles, the Titans, possibly. The Texans again.
Raiders just got Jimmy G. I think they're going to at least give him a year.
Number 12 pick is now Detroit. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
I got to go in and
it went from Cleveland to Houston to Arizona to Detroit.
Right. All right.
And I want to see it traded back to Cleveland just because.
Right. Just to make it full circle. Detroit Lions. All right, let's save that. Let's show it. My bad. All right. So who's gonna take Will Levis before 16? Maybe Tennessee. Maybe Detroit's not going to. Who's gonna take him? Because Atlanta could.
Tennessee
Who do they have?
Could. Atlanta could. They had
Heineke and Ritter.
Yeah.
Oh, Atlanta might. I might mock
Atlanta, Tennessee. You got to think Tennessee just missed out on all the bigger names.
Detroit's not. Green Bay's not.
Pats aren't, and the Jets aren't. Oh, yeah. Lord. Will Levis.
So it's either Atlanta, Tennessee, or he's going to be there.
Will Levis is going to be there at 16.
I told you he's going to be there. And then I was kind of goofing around, but I was like, the Commanders are going to rush the stage with the pick.
Oh, man.
They're not going to do that, but it would be funny for him to be there. Joe Schmo.
Yeah, we're both sharing it. Yeah. Why is Levis so popular? I don't get it. We're not Levis guys. Nope. We don't get it either.
I don't get it.
He's a big dude. He's got the frame of an NFL QB. He's
Got the arm.
tall. He's athletic. He's, got an arm.
But he puts mayonnaise in his coffee. You're out in my book if you put
He
mayonnaise
eats
in your
bananas with the thing. I don't care about any of that. I really don't care about any of that. But yeah, my thing is I think that he's another Brady Quinn. He's doing a little too much gym time and not enough field time. So
Raiders
pick is in for the Raiders.
Here we go. With the 7th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, edge. Where's he? I don't even remember where he's from.
Texas Tech.
Tyree Wilson.
I think that's a solid pick. I went Jalen Carter. I thought that they would have gone with the interior line help there, but I like pairing up Tyree Wilson opposite of Max Crosby. As a Raiders fan, I'm very happy to see that.
About that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want the opposing QB. I don't want Patrick Mahomes to have time back there.
Sure. Who are the other quarterbacks in that division?
Russell Wilson out in Denver.
Justin Herbert.
And Justin Herbert out in LA. Yeah, you don't want to give them time.
Edge, Texas.
Yeah, EP, he's 6'6". He's a giant. And that's coming from a guy who is 6'4" on a good day.
Yeah, he's a big dude. 6'6", 271. So he was the second ranked at his position, and he went second at the edge position, if I am remembering my picks already. He went after Will Anderson.
Yeah, he is the second. He's the second defensive end taken.
Oh, John says
I saw it. Bijan
at 8. I think that would be foolish. They need a quarterback. Taylor Heineke's not going to
Will Levis in there?
Yeah, please take him so he's not there at 16. And we don't.
I don't think Washington is tempted by Will Levis.
I don't either, but fans are, and then they'll drive us crazy.
The thing is if he falls past Washington,
Atlanta,
Tampa Bay at 19.
Yeah.
Actually, if he falls to 16, is that potential convince somebody to move up?
Mm-hmm. I don't hate it.
I know a lot of people tell me when it comes to that is why move up to 16 when the Steelers aren't going to take them because they have Pickett. Goff is at 18. So why wouldn't people move up to 17 or 18? It's like, because you at 16 are the one making the phone call saying, hey, so-and-so wants them. You're going to have to move up or they're going to jump you.
Yeah, because what if, for example, New Orleans wants to jump up to 16? Mm-hmm. You have to beat New Orleans to it, or you have to offer a better deal or whatever it is. So, yeah, absolutely.
I definitely don't think they go Bijan here. I don't know if they're going to go Levis, but
I think I'm putting Levis.
You're putting Levis?
I think it's the last chance, I think, before 16. So
I got to pull out their depth chart again here.
Oh, man, they're going to commercial and it says the pick is in, so it might get leaked.
It probably will be. Atlanta Falcons. As long as it doesn't leak for us here, we'd appreciate that. Depth chart here. Yeah. I don't know if they're that excited about Algier, but I mean, they also have Cordell Patterson, so I don't think they're really looking for a running back here. They could go Skoronski.
I'm going to go Levis. Although they may have traded back because of what Tommy is saying.
Gotta love it. You gotta love the draft. They just got Jeff Okudah, so they're probably not going to go Gonzo here.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're going. I mean, Tommy can't stop with the wows. He's just pounding them out there. So something happened.
Wide receiver? No, they got Drake London.
Yeah, and they got Pitts. I don't see him wasting the first rounder on a receiver. And there's only really one first round receiver, right? The Ohio State kid.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be a a wide receiver thirsty team to take him. So I don't know.
Yeah, Jackson Smith.
Who's your pick? You haven't given
Zay
me
Flowers is ranked fairly highly, and Jordan Addison, but this wide receiver class isn't nearly as good. I like Quentin Johnson out of TCU. He's pretty good. I did not pick yet. I'm gonna go with Skronsky.
You're going Skronsky, huh?
Yeah, I just don't know.
Tommy's out there with a whole bunch of wows, and you think it's going to be an offensive lineman. I don't think so.
I think that might be a trade, or we're seeing some spoilers come through here.
No, nobody's spoiled yet. They're just saying wows.
I see more than just wows over there.
Well, yeah, but those could be just.
It's a big wow. It's definitely not Skronsky.
All right. You got.
No, I'm not going to do Skronsky. Yeah, you got to put me down because that's a spoiler. Otherwise, I'm going to go change it to Bijan right now.
Skronsky.
Dijon mustard.
Bonafide says it's a fake wow. So, all right. So, let's see. I'm trying to remember all of my things here.
HT going women of wrestling. Yeah. It's a fake wow. Put Tommy in a timeout. Do try to limit the number of wows, I suppose. Wows are good. Wows are fine. Just don't fill the chat too many wows. John, Atlanta really needs a running game. I'm a true Washington Commanders fan, but what?
Here we go. Pick is in. They're getting ready to announce here. I'm sure it's all over social media, but we don't know yet. So hang on.
If this is Bijan,
hang on to your lily white butts.
I'm laughing. Even Andre's getting in the wow game. Trout's in the wow game. EP, yeah, they're taking Trout's head ice and wow for no reason.
That's stupid commercial.
EP is right. They're taking forever.
You can't say the pick is in and then go to commercial because then it's going to leak and everything. So, all right. So who are these people coming up here with Goodell? He's got 2 guests this time, which he normally does not have. All right.
Atlanta Falcons at 8.
All right, here we go. Atlanta Falcons. They're doing a big brothers and big sisters. That's who the folks are up there.
Yeah, they're taking like 20 minutes to announce it.
Yeah, they're doing all these
milking it.
They are
gotta milk it.
At this rate,
are you on the NFL or not? You're on.
No, I'm on ESPN.
ESPN. I'm on the NFL Network, and they're not even bothering showing all that, which is interesting to me.
All right, or
I'm just that far behind. Yeah, Algier had 1,000 yards rushing.
Yeah,
second amongst rookies. Go for the 1-2 punch.
He's choking. NFL draft. Atlanta Falcons select.
This is
Bijan Robinson.
Wow.
At 8. You're right. They have Algiers was like a 5th rounder or something like that.
Ran for 1,000 yards, led second in amongst all rookies. You have Cordell Patterson.
Stupid, man. They're stupid.
You don't have a QB.
I love it. The best QB in the NFC is Jalen Hurts, and then there's everybody else. And they had a chance to
Dak Love?
at that position. I mean, Dak and Kirk and Geno, they're like 10 steps below.
And that's my reaction to Bijan.
That's dumb.
I think that he's a talent, but going at 8, talented. What are you doing? Picking a running back that high?
Good, because I hate the Falcons. So good.
Looks like there's another trade. I think we'll see what it is.
On Robinson.
Yeah, TJ, I have Bijan as possibly my number 3 overall. talent.
But
when you take positional, value into play here, it's not the difference between, I think, Bijan and somebody had mentioned some of the other names out there. I don't think is as drastic as what people make it out to be. And running backs are so devalued at this point that I don't see picking one up at 8 as a good choice.
You said it probably 5 consecutive shows that we've had about the draft that the Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl champions, had a 7th round running back, Isaiah Pacheco, as their starting running back. When the year before they drafted a running back in the 1st round.
2 years.
And then, 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And then they drafted one in the 7th round who won the job because of injury, but nonetheless
kept it.
He won
the job. Ran for almost the same amount of yards as the 1st round pick did 2 years ago.
So that's why you don't draft a guy in the 1st round, a running back.
Yeah, Eagles trade up for the Bears pick, and this definitely smells of. They immediately went to go pick.
They swapped.
Yeah, this smells of Jalen Carter.
Yes, I agree. Carter for you, Carter for me.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I gotta go. This was something that we saw Philadelphia do after Washington beat them, right? They immediately were like, wait a minute, our defensive line has holes. They went out and got Ndamukong Suh off of his couch, and a couple of other players to be like, nope, we need to fill in this position here. They are going to be able to pair Jalen Carter with Jordan Davis and Fletcher Cox.
Yep, and they lost a couple of ends, I believe, or a linebacker and an end in free agency. So
they got Nakobe Dean,
Hassan
Reddick, James Bradbury as a corner, and Darius Slay as a corner. So right? I don't think they're going to go. Yeah, I don't think they're going to go corner here. This has got to be Jalen Carter.
I agree. Jalen Carter is probably the pick here. Wait, I thought I showed that show. Sorry.
Yeah, I think their offensive line's pretty solid here. Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Jason Kelsey, Cam Jurgens, and Lane Johnson.
Lane Johnson came back again.
They will probably be taking another center here within the first 100 picks. Though.
Kelsey retired?
No, Kelsey came back. He's coming back for this year.
Yeah. But he's old, and it's going to be year to year for him.
Yeah, they'll draft him in the top 100.
Everybody else in the chat, are you guys agreeing with Jalen Carter for this pick? I mean, they moved up one spot so that nobody else could, and that just
it screams of Jalen Carter. I mean, ESPN saying Van Ness is the best fit.
Oh, is that what they're saying right now?
Yeah, Brandon Graham and Josh Sweat are their defensive ends. You got Janarius Robinson and Derek Barnett. I think that there's value to be had later. I don't think you need to go with Van Ness here. Jalen Carter is one of the most talented people. I have him as number 2, Bryce Young, Jalen Carter, and then Bijan Robinson on a pure talent base.
Yeah.
So I just feel like this is Jalen Carter pick.
There's some dudes that are going to be available at 16. Okay. The way this is, I didn't think Bijan would get drafted that high. So that's your first curveball in terms of somebody
who's above your.
So there's going to be somebody available, and it's going to be an offensive tackle that's going to be available. You might even have a good edge. Van Ness or Nolan Smith, they might be there. They just might be there. And then those receivers might be there, so somebody might want to trade up. So
that would honestly be it. If now that Bijan's gone, I have a feeling Jackson isn't going to fall past Green Bay. But if he does, if he's sitting there at 16, that'd be money for Washington.
Yeah, in terms of trading
and trade value.
Yeah, trading back. P4 P Boxing Real News. Where you been?
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen you P4.
Yep. And he came in a little bit late here. He came in just a few minutes ago, but Eagles pick is in. So let's hear what we got. With the
Lots
ninth
of
pick,
trades.
the Eagles select Jalen Carter.
There you
Indeed,
go.
we nailed that one.
You know, I unfortunately cannot put it on the board, but I failed today to put the draft chime on.
Oh, I could put it on. I could do it right now.
I actually probably have. Actually, you know what? Let's see. I don't know if it'll play properly. I think I might still have it here.
Las Vegas Rangers, Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Carter.
You probably didn't hear that though, right?
No, did not happen.
Yeah.
I'm running out of. I don't have any.
You don't have any extra buttons?
No, I don't have any. On the banners, I don't have any characters left.
Oh,
I've reached the limit because
you're gonna have to move a different way there. Yeah, zero surprises here. Trout. This had to be Jalen Carter. John Carter, no problem. They drafted a nose tackle last year. Now, yep, good to go. I agree. Gus Bus need to beef up that offensive line. It is a must. P4, that's smart. And sometimes it's good to take a break from social media.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Appreciate you coming back, though.
All right. So now
the Bears are on the clock. Now you have to take Skronsky, right?
Why? Because he's local? Because he's a Northwestern kid?
He's a Northwestern guy. He beefs up your offensive line.
Yeah, you're making a lot of sense right now.
Or that is Broderick Jones. What's the roster looking like here?
I like the Skronsky pick. I mean, the idea of Skronsky.
It's kind of like your Aiden Hutchinson pick last year, right? There was this like local guy. Mm-hmm. People like him.
I'm putting Skronsky.
Braxton Jones as their left tackle. Right tackle is Tevin Jenkins.
That's the guy who they picked over Charles Leno and then let Leno go, and then he wasn't good enough for left tackle, so they moved him to the right.
Yeah. You also have Nate Davis and Cody Whitehair as your guards. So I think Skronsky is quite a likely pick here for Chicago.
You got Skronsky?
I mean, they need some tackle depth as well. I mean, they're so light on line. I think Skronsky falls a little bit more. I'm going to go with Broderick Jones.
All right. Were you able to get the chime?
You didn't hear it. So,
is it an MP3 file?
Yes, it is. The problem is I can put it on my board, but you wouldn't be able to hear me for a little bit. So you got to hold the fort while I do this. Okay.
Oh, okay. So you got to mute yourself or take it. Okay. All right. So the Bears, the pick is in. We're getting ready for that. Nathan thinks it's going to be Broderick Jones, tackle. I think it's going to be Skronsky, tackle, who could possibly move into a guard position, but we'll see. I think Skronsky makes a lot of sense. He's Northwestern, which, as we all know, is in Chicago. So he would be right there at home. But as Afto Another World, the Bears are dumb as a box of rocks. A lot of teams are that haven't been winning Super Bowls lately. So I think it's going to be them. TJ, are you saying it's going to be Darnell Wright for the Bears, or are you still talking about Darnell Wright for Washington? Billy O'Brien is in from Facebook. Where you been, Billy O'Brien? It would suck to be in the Beagles division. We don't hear you, Nathan. Nope. So he's fixing that. He meant Eagles. Okay. So TJ is saying that he thinks it's going to be the Darnell Wright for the Bears. Gus, if we tagged and traded Payne, would you have traded up to 9 for Jalen Carter? Wow. That's a really good question. I'd have to think about that for a little while. Maybe. But if you tagged and traded him, maybe you would already had the 9. Because that's who you traded him for. Maybe to the Eagles, and then you wouldn't have to trade up. But would you make that pick? That's a good question. Would you want to take a defensive tackle with your first pick after getting rid of Payne? No, I don't think so. You have more pressing needs. All right. Yep. And as Gus says, that's right. We got Mathis last year in the second round, which we all hated. Nathan hated. I hated. I still hate, even if he turns into a good player. That was a luxury pick. Now you still have a second rounder who is going to be a rotational player because you've got Allen and Payne locked up. That was a terrible pick. It's not because of the injury, not because of his talent. You shouldn't have taken a defensive tackle in the second round. Not good. All right.
The greatest pick. Not
there
the
you
greatest
go.
Pick.
You're back.
I'm not able to connect to it for some reason, so I'm gonna see if I can't put the file where you can get it.
Yeah, just send it to me and let me know where you put it, and I will be able to add it in a second. All right. Bears pick is in. Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright. Look at that.
Darnell Wright.
Wow. Wow. We all thought he would be available at 16.
I really thought that this was going to be Broderick Jones. I
look at TJ. I'm gonna give you a huge shout out there. I know you didn't know that, and so you predicted that. Nice shot, nice job, TJ. Too nasty for ya. This is hitting a lot of Commanders fans in the fields because we all wanted Darnell Wright if he was available at 16.
Yeah,
but that does mean Skoronski still available. Broderick Jones still available. Who's the other offensive lineman that could still be available?
First round talent wise?
Well, Anton Harrison.
Anton Harrison's late. Darnell Wright being taken low. That's a bit of a surprise. So you saw Broderick Jones, Skoronski, and then it's a while before you get to the next guy.
All right, so let's change that up. So Chicago Bears select Darnell. Wow, there's a lot of people that didn't even think he would be taken in the first round.
Yeah, we just drafted him yesterday, and PFF was giving us like a B or a C for it. Taking him at 16. Pretty interesting there. We both went for an offensive lineman, just the wrong offensive lineman.
Yep. Nice job there, TJ. Nice selection.
That puts Tennessee on the clock. The pick is in. This is Will Levis.
This is Will Levis.
This is Will Levis.
God, that's a smart Tennessee.
I'm going to go with Will Levis. I have a secondary thought, but I'll wait for you to pick.
If it's not Will Levis, he's going to be available at 16, right?
Yeah,
you kind of agree with that.
Absolutely, yeah. There's nobody here who wants him between then and there.
So you got Detroit, Green Bay, New England, and New York Jets.
Yeah.
And then us.
Yeah, Tennessee's going to take him right here.
All right, I gotta go with you. I'm sorry, I'm going with you.
Off the board. Will Levis is off the board.
Tennessee Titans pick is in. Don't tell me you're going. Oh, they went to commercial.
Of course they did.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
You remember me telling you how I need to fix my media management?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to fix my media management. I'm trying to find where I put the actual clip because I have it on my Stream Deck. I don't have it on the thing. And for whatever reason, my Roadcaster is not allowing me to change it out right now. It's telling me connect a device. I'm like, I'm using said device.
So, yeah.
I will get
3
it.
banks? Oh, I do have 3 banks. I didn't realize. I thought I only had 2 banks. All right, I got plenty of room.
Wow, Darnell Wright. I was kind of excited for him to be there at 16. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take Broderick Jones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you will. What if Broderick Jones and Skoronski are gone at 16? What are you going to do? You got to go corner then, because now you've got a lot of corners available.
Yeah, if those two
Gonzalez
are
is
gone, likely. Yeah, Gonzo was one of the more highly touted. Spoon and him were kind of going back and forth as 1A, 1B. I was a little surprised that Spoon being taken as early as he was, that we didn't see a run on corners, which benefits us. So now it is. Is this going to be a run on offensive linemen?
Yeah. So now I think you're going to get one of the top corners. Joey Porter is no longer going to be in the consideration. Now it's going to be Gonzalez.
Who else do you have? Forbes is rated lower than Porter.
Yeah,
he's higher on our list, but overall boards he's.
But if Gonzalez is there at 16, you're running that card up.
You're running faster than Christian Gonzalez runs.
Yeah,
but I don't think someone's going to rip a hamstring running to the from Washington to.
I think Detroit will probably take him right after this pick, Tennessee's pick. I think Detroit will take him. Green Bay. I think Green Bay might go receiver. I have no idea what the mocks have been saying.
Wide receiver seems pretty smart for Green Bay, especially with Bijan off the board. Looking to kind of bolster up that offense for Love and in there. But Detroit. What you really think Detroit's going to go corner?
Yeah, I think they're going to go. They got to.
I can see them going Van Ness here.
Oh, you just want that whole pairing up the
with Aiden Hutchinson. You got to go for. Now this one's going to be Will Levis.
Yeah,
they can go Nolan Smith out of Georgia.
Oh, Nolan Smith. What if Nolan Smith and Gonzalez are available? You're going Gonzalez.
Oh, you go Gonzalez. You need Gonzalez.
What if Nolan Smith and Broderick Jones are both available? Which they might be. We're only 4 or 5 picks away here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's possible. There's going to be a good name on the board for Washington, which favors us either way you want to cut it. Looking at Daniel Jeremiah's best available, you got Skoronski, Kincaid, don't want him. Gonzo, Levis, don't want him. Nolan Smith, Van Ness, Addison, and Jackson Smith in there. All right. So now this got to be Will Levis, right?
This got to be Will Levis. All right, Tennessee's up. No chime. Did you find the chime?
I'm still searching for it. I found it, but I can't. I'm trying to pull up the actual file location because it's not pulling up the file location for it. So it's
wow, this is going to be interesting. This could upend the entire draft if they don't take Levis. And if they take like Nolan Smith or something.
Oh, yeah. The Will Levis will just keep plummeting.
Yeah. And he's there. He's going to do the Aaron Rodgers where he's just going to sit there and they're going to have the camera on him every time a quarterback needy team doesn't take him, which there's not many left. You get to the bottom of the draft. Those are your better teams. They usually don't need quarterbacks. All right. Here comes Mr. Goodell making the pick. The Titans. The 11th pick. Tennessee. Peter Skoronski. I told you if they take it. Will Levis is not getting picked in the first round. I'm telling you right now. Who's going to pick him?
I at this point, someone maybe moves up.
Somebody like in Atlanta again or whatever. They move up. Wow, that's a big one. Peter Skoronski.
That's a solid pick there for Tennessee. I don't know what they're doing with the
I mean, they still have Tannehill, whatever.
Right. I guess it's not the worst. Chime should be in the drive now, by the way.
In the drive. All right. Yeah. Let me just load that blicky. Go over here. Go over there.
Wow, that's Skronsky's a good pick. I probably still take Broderick Jones, but hard to go against Skronsky. He was very dominant. You worry about the arms, but if he moves to the inside, are you really all that? If he turns into being an all pro, are you really disappointed? I don't think.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're not going to be disappointed in that. All right, here we go. You ready?
I could hear that. There we
Is
go.
that too low?
No, that's good. That's
good.
perfect.
That's a good level. All right, cool.
Tennessee pick was in. They're waiting for that one to be Skronsky loading up on the thing. Detroit on the clock.
Detroit's pick is in.
Lion is a wow already.
Uh-oh. Will Levis to sit behind Goff for a couple years?
Could be.
Oh, we got to make our selection. I think they go Gonzalez. If they don't take Gonzalez, well, New England might take
Dalton Kincaid.
Really? Where are you getting some info from? Come on.
The wow. What else would be a wow?
Levis.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the Will Levis camera. They're going to keep that one on him.
I think it's going to be Gonzalez. It only makes sense to be Gonzalez.
Gonzo's the smart pick. Gonzo's probably what it is, but
yep. Lions fans. I didn't know there were actually any of those Lions fans. That's what I'm saying.
Do they go wide receiver? They just had Jamison Williams suspended. But they also have Marvin Jones Jr. coming back. Brock Wright is their tight end. So I'm sticking with Dalton Kincaid here.
That's not okay. I don't hate it.
Maybe they like Sutton and Chase Lucas.
The commissioner is here.
I love it. I wish mine was working.
Oh, Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama. Dude. What is going on? They've got running backs there. They got the dude. What is going on in Detroit?
Actually, you know what that is? For Washington?
Whoa.
That's wonderful.
What are they doing?
Jahmyr Gibbs, this is what you love about the draft. You never could predict who had a mock draft with Jahmyr Gibbs going all the way up to 12. Bijan Robinson wasn't being even picked this high. I love Jahmyr Gibbs. I think I don't know that he's going to be better than Bijan, but I mean, we're talking 1A, 1B. Like I said, a lot of people, and myself included, I said Bijan's like a third best athlete. I'm not taking running backs until later, which is one of the reasons why Jahmyr Gibbs was very interesting. Jahmyr Gibbs at late first, early second, pick 12. You're taking a running back, a second running back at 12.
I don't even know.
Thank you, Detroit Lions.
How do you spell his first name? It's
Jahmyr. Jahmyr Gibbs.
A Y in there somewhere.
Wow.
That is stunning.
That is absolutely. And they were quick with that. They knew who they wanted. Green Bay is up.
I can't even remember the running backs' names in Detroit's because it wasn't even a thought. Who's the kid from Georgia who was
DeAndre Smith, David Montgomery, Craig Reynolds, and Jamar Jefferson are your options out there in Detroit.
No, the starter, the guy who's a stud, who killed
DeAndre
Washington.
Swift.
Oh, did you say that?
Yeah, I said Swift. DeAndre Swift.
Yeah,
and then David Montgomery. Swift.
What are they doing?
That's a solid one too. I mean, but those are very similar.
Where did Jamal Williams go? The dude who scored like 17 touchdowns this year. Where did he go? Did he leave on a free agency deal? I'm stunned. I can't even think right now because I'm stunned by what the Lions just did.
Holy smokes. I love it. I love it. Like I said, for Washington.
Wow.
Again, these are two picks that have pushed down quality players for you. I was kind of laughing at the Dalton Kincaid business because I was just like, it's Detroit. They're going to go wild here. They're just going to take somebody you're not expecting. No one, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Nathan, There's only 3 picks ahead of Washington right now. You've got Broderick Jones still available. You've got Nolan Smith. You've got Van Ness. You've got Gonzalez. If I'm Washington, listen, Nathan, if I'm Washington, I'm trading up right now. I'm trading up to 13
for Gonzo?
And I'm taking Gonzalez because I don't want anybody else getting him. He's fallen too far. Trade up right now to go get
Gus
Gonzalez.
Bus is in agreement. This is where we trade up. Gus Bus saying 1697 and 118 for 13 and picking up Gonzo. That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a little much.
Do you have to give up that to move 3 picks? Do you think that's what it's going to take?
You shouldn't have to give up that.
118. I don't want to give up 97. If moving up 3. Oh yeah, Billy. They absolutely could have. They did not have to take Jahmyr Gibbs there.
Don't they even have a second? They have a second pick in the first round. Detroit does. I'm going to go look for it.
Detroit's picking at 18.
What are they doing? Okay, fine. They're stupid. Okay. And that's to our benefit. Now we move up and we go get Gonzalez.
Pick is in for Green Bay. We got to pick. We got to make a pick here. I'm going to go with Jackson Smith out of Ohio State.
You know what? No, I'm not. I'm going to go with Gonzalez.
Don't do that. Don't agree with me because I'm wrong. I'm 100% wrong here.
Wow.
They should. They really need the help there for Christian Watson. This is their wide receiver core, by the way. Christian Watson, Bo Melton, Romeo Dobbs, Jeff Cotton, and Samori Toure.
Yeah. For a young quarterback, Jordan Love.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Oh no, I'll leave it.
No, this is Green Bay. This is Green Bay, who never picked up a first round wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
You think they're going to actually go wide receiver now? They would only do that because it's flipping the finger to them to him on his way out. He's like, hey, by the way, we got rid of you. Now we're getting a first round wide receiver.
That's the double middle finger to Aaron Rodgers.
EP going with Levis here? No, they want Jordan Love. They have Jordan Love. If Jordan Love doesn't pan out, then they're in draft position for a QB next year. I don't think they're going to go. Stick it to Rodgers here, right, TJ?
Don't you think the Jets would take Gonzalez?
I think Billy's right. I think the Pats would take him.
You're right. They got to move up, man.
Yep.
We got to trade. Oh no, that's the old trade. Sorry, I thought they traded.
Caleb thinks Gonzalez.
Oh, we're getting there, y'all. We're getting close, man. We're getting close.
Yeah, Gus Bus. So I don't think we're going to be able to trade in now because Green Bay's the pick. The pick is in here, and if it is Green Bay's pick, I guess technically the pick could be in, and it could be a trade pick for a team. They would have to pay New England a big ransom to be able to get Gonzalez, and I don't think Gonzalez is worth a big ransom. Again, he's going to be your, third best or third cornerback.
Yeah. All right.
I just don't know that's
Lucas Van Ness.
Van Ness. So again, not picking the wide receiver.
Let's go.
Nolan Smith. They took Van Ness over Nolan Smith.
Christian Gonzalez is still there. Trade up, Washington. Trade up now.
This is wild. Oh my goodness. Washington is gonna have.
Who are their choices right now? Broderick Jones, Nolan Smith, Christian Gonzalez. Now there's 2 picks still ahead of them.
So let's say Gonzo goes here.
Forbes.
The Jets take Broderick Jones. That would leave Nolan Smith. I think you can afford to trade back. By the way, the big board here does have Forbes above Joey Porter Jr., the one I'm looking at currently. So I need to start just making my own board. I mean, I do half the work already. I might as well just finish it out.
Iowa. All right.
Wow.
So yeah, Forbes is going to be available. Of course, Deonte Banks is going to be available. Maybe Nolan Smith. Maybe Broderick Jones. gosh, who else? Of course, tight ends they're going to be there.
P4 saying Pats are going to go Gonzo because they wanted Van Ness. They could go Nolan Smith here. Who's let's go to the depth chart for the New England Patriots. Let's see. They run the 3-4. They've got Lawrence Guy and Dietrich Wise Jr. as their starting defensive ends. Nolan Smith could be seriously in play here if they were looking at that. Kind of pair him with a Judon. Cornerbacks are Jonathan Jones and Miles Bryant. Oh, they're going to go Gonzo. They've got to go Gonzo.
I'm going to keep putting Gonzo until he goes because
this is a Gonzo. EP's telling us a trade's happened.
Uh-oh, a trade? The Steelers are on the clock.
Steelers traded up. Steelers have traded up.
Pittsburgh is now on the clock.
Roderick Jones?
No, I think they're going defense, man. I think they're going Nolan Smith. Or Gonzalez. I'm changing it since it's Pittsburgh. I'm going Smith.
Yeah, they have Patrick Peterson. I'm gonna stick with Gonzo.
Okay.
I think they
haven't been right very often.
I have not. I'm gonna stick with Gonzo here.
Okay, so this is the Pittsburgh Steelers are now
they traded the 17th and 120 to go up 3 spots.
Yeah, see, we could have done the 16th and 118. For
I know Gus Bus was trying to give away 97 and 118.
Oh,
Steelers want Porter Jr. Porter Jr. is not a bad decision. Local kid out of Penn State. I agree it's going to be a cornerback. I just think Gonzo's the better corner.
Wow, the Jets though. The Jets.
Porter Jr. That's not a bad.
There's a lot of dudes available.
I'm switching up. Porter Jr.
You're going to Porter?
I'm so wrong. It's you know who they're going to take?
They're going to take Nolan Smith.
They're going to take Emmanuel Forbes.
Wow. Who's your official pick?
I don't know.
I've got Gonzalez written. And until you tell me
Gonzo until I change it. Man, they probably really do love themselves some Joey Porter Jr.
Oh, this is awesome. This is going so well for Washington. They have the pick of a tackle, of a corner, of maybe an edge, of a quarterback.
Yeah, Tommy T. Broderick Jones is a serious selection there. They have Dan Moore Jr. as their left tackle and Chewakma Okafor as their right tackle.
So that could definitely go Broderick Jones here.
Trading up for the last tackle, that's probably not a bad decision because they probably were going to get one of those guys, corners. Tommy T, I like that. I'm switching it. Broderick Jones. He convinced me. Switching it up.
All right. I've got you written down as Broderick Jones.
Because you can sit back at 17. You don't have to move up 3 spots when there's Joey Porter Jr., Gonzo, Emmanuel Forbes, all there, right? Unless they happen to all go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. All right. Pick is in. Oh, are they going to go to commercial?
I don't know. All I got is some dancing over here. Pittsburgh fans.
No, they're not going to commercial.
Yeah, the draft value charts, Gus Bus, they've altered over the years. So, and they're not as, it's very fluid.
Here we go. Right to the Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones. Nice job. Way to talk yourself into that.
Thank you, Tommy T, for pointing out the taking the last tackle. That was the big difference, right? Is when you're looking at who's available, Broderick Jones really was the last offensive tackle worth this kind of high pick. Your next offensive tackle is going to be Anton Harrison, I believe. But he's going to go late in the first or early in the second.
Roderick Jones, OT.
And so you needed to get that last, especially, come on, did you hear the names I gave you? Chimwakafa Okafor and Dan Moore Jr.
Yeah, you're right.
You
You're right.
needed to
was a good
take
call.
that tackle. Jets are on the clock.
All right.
Jets last year taking Sauce Gardner early.
Yeah. Match Gonzalez with Sauce Gardner. They've got receivers. They're probably going to trade for.
They've got
D-Hop,
wide receivers.
possibly.
So
they've got OBJ. They've got Garrett Wilson. Do they have
could
OBJ?
this be where
that's
Nolan Smith goes?
The Ravens have OBJ. Sorry.
Oh, wait, hold on.
But the Jets have Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, this could be Nolan Smith.
And they've got that kid who's drafted the year before. Can't think of him. Out of Purdue, I believe. So they've got receivers.
Yeah, wide receivers. They just picked up Alan Lazard. They have Corey Davis, Garrett Wilson, McCole Hardman Jr., Denzel Mims.
Well, they don't have that kid from Purdue.
Irvin Charles. Who are you talking about?
No, they must have traded him. The smaller guy who was their.
Oh yeah, no, they traded him away.
Yeah, he was like
Right.
their second rounder maybe a couple years ago. All right, so
Tyler Conklin is the tight end here. Is this where we see the first tight end? No, of course not.
No.
They have DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner on the outside here.
Oh, DJ Reed.
Yeah, I don't think Gonzalez is going to be the pick. I'm gonna go. Oh man, who am I gonna go here for the Jets?
Miles Murphy. Tyree Wilson went already. What am I thinking?
They can go Cansey out of Pittsburgh, defensive tackle.
What's Washington gonna do? That's what I want to know.
Solomon Thomas, Quinn Williams. I don't know about that. They probably won't go with Cansey.
I'm hyped for 16 because I didn't think a lot of these guys would be available.
Could you imagine Gonzalez being available at this point? I mean,
you have to sprint if he's available. If he gets picked at 16, something might get broken. At 15.
Nolan Smith is my pick here.
All right, I've got Gonzalez again. This is 3 out of the last 4 I've had him, and the fourth time I've had him overall.
This is just going to be.
Can I say they're taking a while to make this pick?
Yeah, which
They're
means
taking the full time, so maybe they're fielding trade offers. Maybe somebody behind is trying to get up for Gonzalez.
Could be.
Maybe. Oh man, if we lose out on Gonzalez by 1 pick, I'm gonna be.
That's how the draft works.
I am gonna be.
Yeah, Gus Bus. I'm with Nolan Smith. I think.
Leslie Anderson, Washington. Y'all better get. That's what we're saying.
We're hoping, Leslie. We're hoping that's the answer. Yeah, Doug. I don't think they go wide receiver here. I think that you just hope Aaron Rodgers elevates your wide receiver core. You've got already a good stud.
Got a lot of names.
Yeah, you Lazard's okay, but you got Garrett Wilson. You're probably maybe going to make a trade for another guy, or there's some day 2 guys. This is not a. I don't think you have to reach for Jackson Smith. Okay, I think that you can get. I like Quentin Johnson. Really, I'm looking at these names, and this isn't as strong of a draft for wide receivers as it was last year.
Right.
But there's several solid guys out there if they want to be able to pair them, and any one of these, receivers with Aaron Rodgers is probably going to be better than not, right? If Gonzo doesn't make it to 16, you seriously try to. If Jackson Smith is there, that's perfect for Washington because I think teams want to move up to get that wide receiver. Even though I just said that you don't need to force a wide receiver here, I don't think the Jets need to force wide receiver here. I think the Jets are going to go with Nolan Smith, and now it is going to be who wants the top wide receiver. Does New England want him? Are the Detroit's looking for somebody? Seahawks, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So Ravens have been making moves at wide receiver, so they're probably not going to want to move up. Minnesota's got good wide receivers. Jacksonville. Giants. The Giants at 25.
Interesting.
I think the Giants at 25 might want to move up for a wide receiver. This is gonna be something.
Man,
here.
I'm dying over here.
You know now, they're absolutely going to go to commercial before the Washington game. You just know it's going to happen.
They do.
You know it's going to happen.
That'll drive me crazy.
Yeah, Mike Lee, thanks for joining. Will Levis dropping. No thanks, Mike Lee. We don't want Will Levis.
No,
that is not on the draft plans here.
Jets are going right down to the wire, man. Now they're all slapping, high-fiving, and all that stuff.
Did they make a trade, or are they happy with the guy that they want?
I don't know. This clock's still ticking. Hopefully,
what's with this empty draft board behind them. What are you doing with this?
We can't let anybody see it.
I get it. Then why even have it on the wall?
Right. It's a good question. I don't know, but hopefully they'll forget to actually walk the card to the commission.
Yeah. HT, I agree. If Gonzo's there, I think you take Gonzo. If Gonzo's not there, then I'm trading back. Even though I like Porter Jr., I like Forbes. I like Forbes a little bit more than like Joey Porter Jr. But I just think Nolan Smith's the pick, and I think that Washington's this is one of those things. I don't think we ever dreamed of it.
No, being
falling this way.
Yeah. Amen, Marcia. Just want to give
Marcia, absolutely. Dan Snyder is going to be gone. Reports right before the draft coming out that from Goodell's own mouth that the sale is moving forward and they're vetting it and it's looking good. And we might have something by the end of May.
That'd be awesome.
Be wunderbar. Just be straight wonderful.
Come on back here because we're going to have a big party on this.
Oh, absolutely.
The pick is in
for the New York Jets.
They are so going to go to commercial right before Washington.
Oh,
picks.
yes. They're right after this or something's going to happen. We're going to have to wait.
Oh, man.
HT Please saying, let's be logical. Don't fall in love.
All right. Fair enough.
That's fair enough. Gus Bus, absolutely. Gonzo's there. You skip sing your way to the podium. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, someone's pulling a hamstring. If this is Nolan Smith, Washington is not wasting any time. Well, I'm not going to say that. Marty Mayhew loves to trade back.
Yeah, that's true.
And he might be like, guys, someone's going to want Gonzalez.
Oh, so he gets some really good picks back.
This is what we did last year.
Yeah.
A lot of people wanted Olave. He was there at 11, and Mayhew was like, no. Let's trade back. They ended up at 16 and then said, yep, we got Jahan Dotson.
Yeah, you're right. And he was right. And Marty Hurney was right.
If
good,
they trade back and get Emmanuel Forbes, I mean, I like Gonzo, but I like Emmanuel Forbes too.
All right. Now he's bringing somebody up. That means they're going to draw this out a little bit.
Drawing it out a little bit.
Some kid, Jackson Mahomes, look-alike, getting up there to make this pick. Get him off my stage.
Nick asking if Dan's still the owner right now, who does he take? He probably gets take Will Levis. Take the guy with the big arm.
I saw that somebody reported that he is in their draft room tonight. Dan Snyder is. That's what somebody said. I have to verify that.
If it's his last one, why not?
Yeah. Oh man, I killed the kid and he's overcame throat cancer and I'm a terrible human and I'm going to hell and all of this. So all right, he's gonna make the pick for the Jets. All right. Here he goes. He's got to do a bunch of thanks and all this other stuff. We're dying over here.
Who did you go with? You went with Gonzo, and I said Nolan Smith, right?
Correct. All right. Hit this again. 15th pick in the 2023 draft. Will McDonald. Christian Gonzalez is there. Run your ass up there, Marty, Ron, who's ever doing it. Make this pick right now.
Will McDonald?
I don't even know who Will
linebacker from
McDonald is.
Iowa State?
He's what, a linebacker?
Outside linebacker from Iowa State. McDonald is a long and explosive edge rusher with good bend and closing burst. He has the foot speed to win with weave moves and flashes an effective spin move. He doesn't gear down when he gets double teamed or doesn't win with his first move, and he frequently gets his hands up in passing windows.
Here we go.
They took him over Nolan Smith. I mean, this is a Kings like this. Like you've got Gonzalez. You've got.
Play for?
By the way, they say best fit here is Will Levis. I'm about to shut down this site. Like, get over yourselves. We got a third box here. Let me add in real quick. Camera slot, third box. We're gonna go this way.
Wow. We're just moving some boxes around, Trev. We got you.
Update.
We're dying over here.
Here's our man Trev joining us from the Sky Bar, rocking the Washington gear. Got a little throwback in there with the new Commander stuff. Trev,
what up?
What is going on here?
Bro, we could take Christian Gonzalez. We could take Joey Porter Jr. We could take Will Levis if we're feeling stupid. We could take anybody. Deontay Banks. We could take Dalton Kincaid. We could take Michael Mayer. Like
I like Nolan Smith.
Like we could take anybody we want right now.
Oh my God.
I cannot believe Green Bay.
We did some wild mock drafting on the channel, outside the channel, just to kind of see who was going to fall here. And never in our wildest dreams would we have this kind of decision in. Like,
I don't know.
Trev, they have to sprint. They have to sprint to the podium with the Christian Gonzalez card.
It's in. The pick is in. The pick is in.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing. The pick is in.
Here we go.
Pick is in.
I got to make sure I don't break anything.
And it's going to commercial.
Is that somebody
NFL channel has gone to commercial.
Yes, they went to commercial.
Every time.
That's a 401k bet, Stone. They should have done that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Gus Bus, I agree. No way that there's a trade. Yeah, Joe Schmo, this is a routine situation for Washington. Always going to go with the commercial before.
No spoilers.
Yep, no one blow it. No one do it. No one do it. We might have to hide the comment section because I mean this if this is not a trade, this is Washington's actual pick, and it happened so quick. I just don't see it being a trade and the pick is in type deal. This has to be Gonzo, right?
I'm thinking so. Unless it's Dalton Kincaid.
No, they're not going to go tight end. They are so excited to get Gonzalez here at 16.
Oh yeah, defensive end. Nolan Smith's still there.
Yeah, Nolan Smith is still there.
Chase Young's fifth-year option. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
6'2". Smith's takeoff speed, change of direction skills, and closing burst jump off the tape.
We did not pick up his option, so he has to ball out this year if he wants to play for us next year.
I'm one of the few that say, hey, you got to take an edge rusher. I think an edge rusher is a smart decision here.
Stop it, Nathan.
Gonzo is just there.
Brian
you have
Brandt,
to take Gonzo.
safety from Alabama.
No.
I don't want them either. No way.
I might go get Nolan Smith.
Yeah, Nolan Smith. Whoever said Nolan Smith, I would not be unhappy with the Nolan Smith.
He's already gone. Yeah, he went like fifth to Seattle or something like that, or fourth.
Who?
Yeah, he's gone. He was the first tackle taken.
Oh yeah, Paris Johnson. Yeah, there's no tackle worth taking here at 16.
Yeah, everybody's gone.
Not a single tackle worth taking at 16.
Broderick Jones is gone.
They're going to take Cansey, defensive tackle out of Pittsburgh, just so that way we see Stoner destroy
better
everything in his house.
Hey, nice jersey up there, Sutter. Is that a Fred Smoot or a Sean Taylor? Sean Taylor.
Sean Taylor, baby.
That's Sean Taylor.
I just wonder.
Oh, bro.
Pick his
I'm
man.
so
Hey,
excited.
shout out Curtis Samuel real quick for
Gonzalez,
getting rid of
Nolan
four out of
Smith, Emmanuel Forbes, Joey Porter
Ooh,
Jr.
Emmanuel
These are
Forbes?
all
That was
players Washington wanted, or we
can do
wanted for
anything we
Washington, and they're all available right here at 16. The fact that they went to commercial, guys, this is just killing me. This
I
is
can't take
I
this.
can't believe. I love that this is a routine thing you just pick.
No. And after they say the pick is in, it's not like while they're thinking about it. It's after, of course.
I'm so scared.
Indeed.
You think so?
You know what, Gus? I am going to look into that.
We just got
I
Nick
don't know
Gates
the answer to that.
guys.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we good. We just need
So
interior like a guard.
I'm trying to think what throwbacks they did use the Taylor years.
for the
yeah,
line.
I don't know, but I'm definitely gonna look into
Bro,
it.
this is wide open. We could get Joey Porter.
Bro,
Gonzalez,
Outlaw
Joey
King.
Porter.
Yeah,
Jahmyr
Jahmyr
Gibbs is
Gibbs
gone.
went 12.
Love him.
He went 12, son.
Done.
12.
We were
Polly in the house.
flipped
Appreciate
out.
you joining us there.
We
Polly,
appreciate
yeah,
you.
this is
I don't tolerate y'all no more with Jalen Carter now.
bona fide.
All right,
Teasing
they're
in here a
coming
little
back.
bit. Pick is in. John
Coming
Smith,
back, okay.
punter out of Smallville, USA.
All right, love
Trade,
the colors
find a
up
way
there.
to trade up retroactively and get
is
yourself another long snapper.
Here we go. All right, hang on. Goodell's not
All
there.
right.
Look at that
I'm
look.
saying,
though.
I'm
Oh, here we
saying
go.
Gonzo here. I'm saying Gonzo here.
It's
Yeah.
got to be Gonzo.
I'm saying Gonzo here.
Washington Commanders select
Flowers, yeah.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Come on.
Emmanuel Forbes,
I'll take
cornerback.
it. I think that was their guy.
All right, they
I'll
they
take
it.
locked
I
in
like
on
it.
Emmanuel
Okay.
Forbes.
I thought it was going to be Gonzo, but
thought it was gonna be
Gonzo
Gonzo
continues
too.
to slide. Gee, I wonder.
I'm
I
happy,
wonder
Trev.
really why is Gonzo sliding so far. I mean, Emmanuel Forbes is excellent, and a lot of people are going this way for Washington. I was looking at this. Joey Porter's right about where he's going to be. Joey Porter's probably going to New England next, or maybe
Second
Gonzo
quarterback.
goes to New England. But Emmanuel Forbes is more than solid for Washington.
Yeah,
Is he?
but he is
Great with
tiny.
QB says boo.
Is he?
Yeah, better fiend skip. Yep, I agree. Forbes.
He is
HG.
tiny.
I don't know about character. I'd have to look into that. I mean, I
What
thought
is going
Gonzo
on?
was going to go top 10. I think if there's any kind of question, I just don't understand. He's smaller than this.
I gotta
Forbes
watch-
is a 6'3" speedy dude.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh.
He's how
Deontay
tall? He's
Banks
Yeah,
six
was
three?
there.
that chat
Gonzo's
Nat
there.
here. A lot of people.
Cooper's there.
Yeah, they
He
made
weighs
this pick in a hurry.
165 pounds.
And his name was linked to us like yesterday and today. That was it.
Who Gonzo?
No, Forbes. He started
Yeah,
coming.
Forbes is somebody. Yeah, Forbes is somebody who a lot of people like to Washington because of the fit, because of the fact that
Right. I gotta
he's
close
a
the
taller corner, but
I
A
mean,
little underwhelming. A little underwhelming.
it
right, Trev?
is.
6'1",
It is.
166 pounds. He is a smaller. Forbes
weigh
is
more than
tall,
that,
but too
dude.
thick, thin cornerback with long arms and excellent speed.
Let me shut down corner. I can do that.
He's at his best in off coverage, where he uses his fast eyes and great understanding of route concepts to get early jumps on the ball. Instinctive, has the length to contest passes, and shows the ability to pluck the ball with ease. He had 14 interceptions over 3 college seasons. His lack of bulk and strength show up in run support.
Cool.
Patriots are taking
Oh, they're taking Gonzalez.
Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah,
I love you guys.
Trev, the Patriots just no.
yeah.
Don't.
He had to get back to work.
All right.
Yeah,
This is going to be
Patriots were
scrutinized.
pretty excited for Gonzo to fall to them at 17 after trading back from they traded back, got resources, and still got
Still got the
Gonzalez.
guy. I don't know. You know what, Nathan? Listen. Let me just say this. All right. First of all, the happiest dude on the planet right now is Mr. Fred Smoot, because they took a corner out of Mississippi State. right? So he's the happiest dude in the world. I know Fred is super excited.
I don't know.
This
what
is just
Trev did.
This is just a very underwhelming selection.
What?
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 What? I was trying to tell you.
What? Why? 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 Why?
I don't know.
HT calling them out. Y'all mad when we got Jahan?
Not
To be
this
fair,
guy.
Trev was mad when we
this
got
guy.
Jahan.
I
I
was
reserved judgment.
Well, duh, anybody can make that take. Oh, man, like, yeah, obviously, but when these guys are like the ones that we are scouting and looking at and we weren't looking at Emmanuel.
No, Emmanuel Forbes was a name that came up quite a bit for Washington.
Why did we? See, that's what I'm talking about. Why did we take Gonzalez? Something's got to be crazy. Got to be crazy.
I'm interested in hearing why Gonzalez
I can
has
see it on your
fallen
face, dog.
this far.
You're not happy, are you?
I'm underwhelmed. That's the word I keep coming up with.
I wonder if it's Gonzalez because he's more of a press corner. I mean, 6'1", 197.
BSJ?
We're going to play Benjamin St. Juice and Kimben Fuller on the outside.
You know what?
What's up? What up?
F this.
Uh-oh.
You're mad?
Emmanuel Forbes. Really?
How are you mad? I said I would be happy
Let it out,
with Forbes.
Stoner. Let it out.
We did, Doug. We did get picks along with Jahan.
I gotta
Dotson.
go. I love you guys, but I'm
all right. Love you, Trev. Have a good night.
I don't know, Nathan. I'm really disappointed.
80's crazy to pointing us out. He played in the SEC against likely pros.
Didn't he have like 5 interception for touchdowns, something like that this year?
3 interceptions is what.
Or maybe it was just 5 defensive touchdowns. I mean, he was everywhere this year, but man.
Sorry, no, he had 14 interceptions over 3 college seasons. That's
how many
good.
did he have? How many touchdowns? Check how many touchdowns he had this year. Because I think he had a bunch. Oh, here you go. I got it right here. He had 6. He had 6 interceptions for touchdowns. Okay, I'm getting a little bit more excited.
You should be pretty happy with Emmanuel Forbes. It might not be the top 10 name in Christian Gonzalez that you're expecting, but I feel like this is a good pick for Washington. Would I have preferred trading down and getting Emmanuel Forbes? Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like there was probably going to be somebody jumping up for Christian Gonzalez there.
I don't know.
People saying 6 with it. Yep, 6 pick 6s. HT's kind of looks like Matt on this.
Yeah, it's
TJ saying it's like getting a Christmas gift you picked out yourself. I'd be happy. I'm good with this. I'm good with.
You know what it was? It's a Christmas gift when you're 7 years old and you get you get some socks and some underwear. Do you need it? Of course you do. Are you excited about it? Hell no. I wanted the Huffy bike to go cruise out with my friends. I didn't want
Christian
socks
Gonzalez that much
underwear.
Is Christian Gonzalez really that much higher on your board than Emmanuel Forbes?
Yes. He is that much higher on my board. I saw mock drafts had him at 3.
Yeah,
overall.
I mean, Emmanuel Forbes is listed as the 3rd best corner in this draft, and you pick him as number 2. I don't think that is that crazy to take him here at 16. I just don't think it's that
right.
Witherspoon went too high for a trade up there. Witherspoon went all the way up 5. That wasn't going to happen.
I wanted to trade up to 13 to go get this guy, but to go get Gonzalez, not Forbes. Oh man, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't agree with Stoner's objection to this. I was saying it was Gonzo. I thought the pick was just going to be. I thought it was a slam dunk for Gonzalez there. But Forbes, I think, is a better fit for Washington. They like to play their corners off. This is a corner. Forbes is a corner who likes to play off. He likes to see the play happen in front of him. He's a ball hawk.
All right, let me give you. Go ahead. Sorry.
If you have to move, someone inside or put him inside, I feel like that's a fair thing to happen.
Let me give you some reaction from the Twitterverse. Tim the Beard from Authentic and the Beard. I like Forbes, loved Gonzalez, but Forbes was right there behind him for me, so I will trust the guys in the process.
Yep.
I feel confident we added some depth and a great versatile playmaker. I'm not mad at all. All right. I mean, there's some unhappy people. Let me just say that. There are some unhappy people. I won't, put it out there, but I will go to some that are a little bit better with a little bit more constructive with their criticism. Somebody said, I'm done with this team.
Oh, come on.
Oh, look, Ron, you've earned a new badge and it's not flattering. I like the Forbes pick. This is Brian Murphy from Believe in Commanders. I like the Forbes pick, but it makes me uneasy that Belichick is taking Gonzalez. Let's see.
A 4.35 guy, by the way.
All right, that's fast. That's
It's
super fast.
Fast.
Let me JP Finley. We all trust JP Finley. He's very in tune with this team. If you look at the last 2 first-round picks, Washington doesn't care about consensus and sticks with their board. Jamin and Jahan did it again tonight with Forbes. We'll see. He also said Commanders, GMs, Mayhew, and Senior Director of Player Personnel Eric Stokes were both defensive backs. They've drafted the position well. Forbes is a playmaker, and they clearly like him if they're going to pass on Gonzalez. So
I'm good. I'm good with an off-ball cornerback with the way that this team plays, with the way that they do this.
The fastest Commanders right now. First of all, he's 16 pounds lighter than Jahan Dotson, and we all
9.26 RAS, by the way.
That's pretty high. But the fastest Commanders, Curtis Samuel is listed as fastest, 4.31. Apke, 4.34. McLaurin, 4.35. Forbes, 4.35. So he's going to be one of the fastest on the team. So he's a ball hawk. 6 interceptions for touchdowns this year in the SEC. Jack Campbell just got picked by the Lions.
All right. Let me just tell you the RAS comps for Manuel Forbes. Okay. Champ Bailey.
Okay. Well, that's all you got to say. Done. I'm in.
Done, right? Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie and Greedy Williams.
Okay. I mean, those are, I mean, of course, you're not going to comp him to some guy you never heard of that never made it, right? There's some, let's just say this. Yeah. There are some unhappy people in the Twitterverse.
Oh, it looks like there's a lot of unhappy people here in the comment section.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like the Lions are playing a different game than everybody else. They've got all the picks in the world, and they're just like, we are going for the guys we want. Your board be darned. This is kind of what JP was saying for Washington as well. Is just like, we've got our guys that we like. It's not going to be the guys that you like. It worked out with Jahan Dotson. Jamin Davis is coming in there. Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa. That's a selection for Detroit.
Wow. I'm just kind of.
You're still bummed about it. I'm trying to go through the motions here. We still have a draft. We have to stick around for the first round. What if they move back into the first, Stoner?
Yeah, I guess they might. I doubt it, but yeah, they might.
Yeah,
they might.
I agree with Bonafide here. Iowa players, tough as nails. Not surprising Detroit went after him.
But I think in the same way that they picked Gibbs, I think they could have gotten him later.
I agree.
They could have gotten Gibbs here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
and could have had Gonzalez or an offensive tackle or something way up there at 12 where they picked Gibbs.
And Detroit surprised people. Maybe they're going to be putting something together there. I don't hate the Amir Gibbs. I think that he's more than a solid running back. I just think that it's crazy where they picked him.
Yeah.
Jack Campbell, if he was there at 47, I think he's a serious consideration for Washington. But at 18, I don't know that that's the right pick. But hashtag just a fan, right?
Yeah,
I'm
you're right.
I'm just a Joe Schmo. I haven't spent countless times. I don't have an entire scouting department telling me you need to get this guy.
That's
Same
fair.
thing with Emmanuel Forbes. You know, we've watched probably more Gonzalez hype if you're watching any of the big networks, because it's one of they really like to hype up the top 10 guys. Forbes is a guy who was kind of like Dotson, was a guy a lot of people kind of started in the second round and maybe was moving up the draft boards a little bit. A lot of people were thinking Joey Porter Jr., who's still available, by the way.
Yeah.
Would have been
Nolan
taken.
Smith.
Yep, still is Nolan Smith.
There's a few guys there who are picking here, the Seattles and the Tampas and even the Chargers, who are looking and saying, I didn't think that dude was going to be available.
Billy, the Lions hate premium position value. Yeah, they again, they have an old school coach, and I highly doubt they're one of the teams that's with S2 and doing player development. They're still like, you need to eat meat before a game for energy. Is Will Levis going to come here? Is this Tampa Bay? Will Levis?
Elijah Cansey,
defensive tackle. I like that. That's a good pick for them.
Good pick for them. They need that stuff in the middle. His comp is Aaron Donald. So, yeah, you got to like that pick.
Yeah, that's fine. Will Levis continuing his slide here. Seattle's not going to take him. Chargers won't take him. The Ravens won't take him. The Vikings
no
sit behind Kirk Cousins. They took Kellen Mond a few years ago in the third, I think it was, or late second. Jacksonville won't take him. The Giants, they just re-signed Daniel Jones, so that's not going to happen.
Cowboys,
Dallas ain't going to take
Bills,
him. Buffalo won't take him. Cincy's not going to take him.
New Orleans, maybe. But if not, he's going second round.
He is. I think he's going to fall to the second round unless somebody jumps up into the first to get the fifth-year option.
Right.
The question now becomes, does Hendon Hooker go before Will Levis?
I mean, at this point, he would. If I was picking, you know what I mean? I would take him over Levis. I like him a lot more, but the way people were talking about Levis being taken in the top 5 or top 10, he's got to start right away. And Hendon Hooker is not the guy who's going to be starting right away just because of the injury. So, yeah, I would definitely take Hooker over Levis at this point, unless you're coming into the first round. Oh, man.
Keith is so mad. Keith has become a Cowboys fan.
No, come on back. It's going to be okay.
I'm telling you, I think you're going to be happy with Emmanuel Forbes.
Once we start to learn about him a little bit more, we're going to fall in love with the pick.
Oh, sure.
I've always said that. It doesn't really matter who they pick because we don't know enough about them, kind of like what you were just saying. These guys spend countless hours, days, weeks, months studying these guys, so they know who the right pick is, and we're just fans. So they're going to be able to sell it to us, and we're going to fall in love with the guy and hope he becomes the next Champ Bailey. Become the next Fred Smoot. I think they look pretty good. What round was Smoot?
Sean Springs?
Smoot was maybe a second or third rounder.
I think second.
Yeah. Become that guy. Have a 6-7 year career here in Washington, and you're going to endear yourself to a lot of fans. But just don't become a bust. Don't become the William Jackson. Right? Yeah. You gotta be a stud as a first rounder at 16. He's got to play that nickel spot. If those other two guys are healthy, if Fuller is healthy, and if BSJ is healthy, he's got to play 90%. And we talked about that right from the beginning. If they're taking a corner, he's got to play.
Yeah, TJ, just a correction there. Witherspoon was taken 5th overall. So Forbes was the 2nd cornerback taken off the board. Gus Bus is trying to talk to HT about trading back. I said it when it happened. I was just like, if you're not going to take Gonzo there, then trading back is what made sense, is create a battle for it. New England wanted him. So why not? You run the risk. For the record, though, what happens when you do that is you give another team Gonzalez. Sure, you get draft picks, but then what's stopping New England from taking Forbes at that point? And now who are you waiting on? Are you going to wait on Joey Porter Jr.? Is that who you're trading back for at that point? If Forbes is your guy, if he's the number one guy, on your board, just take him at 16.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't argue with any of that.
Yeah, PJ, there's so many picks here that were just wild. I mean, we ended up at 16 with Christian Gonzalez, a guy a lot of people thought was gonna go in the top 10. There at 16. Team doesn't take him. Team takes Emmanuel Forbes, a little, wiry guy. So he's going to have to put on some weight. But I think that his play style is going to match Washington better. I think that most fans who are upset right now, like you said, Stoner, they're going to talk themselves into it.
I will.
They're going to watch him pick off our man, the Howler, Sam Howell, and they're going to be like, this guy's amazing because Sam Howell's amazing. And if he can pick off Sam Howell, then we're good to go.
That's always my question in training camp when somebody stands out, whether it's the quarterback or the defensive back. Let's just say he stands out in training camp. Then you're going to have questions about Sam Howell. Why is Sam Howell throwing so many picks to Emmanuel Forbes? Or vice versa. If Sam Howell is just out there dealing, then you're going to say, well, we must have really terrible cornerbacks. I don't know how to interpret.
I try not to put too much stock in the training camp, especially after the last 2 years going and being so hyped.
Yeah.
And then it just being duds.
But if you remember in those training camps, we all heard it. These last 2 years, we heard it with the quarterback position. We heard Fitzpatrick was not doing well in training camp. We heard Carson Wentz was not doing well in training camp. So you do kind of hear those mumbles and those undertones of how these guys are playing. So I think some of that does hold a little bit of weight because at least in the quarterback position, it has come true these last couple of seasons. But I'm going to get sold on him here eventually.
You are.
Go
watch some tape.
You're right.
And
6 touchdowns.
You're like it. Nobody 14 in 3 years in the SEC.
Right. So
actually, I'm going to look up something real quick here. I'm interested. Besides his RAS score, which is great, he's not really tiny.
166 pounds in the NFL. That's tiny.
Oh, okay.
What are you
that part?
about?
I was just like, he's above 6 foot for a corner. That's not too bad.
Yeah, but he's all skin and bone.
He is a thin guy.
Eat a cheeseburger, Emmanuel. Good Lord. 166 pounds.
They're going to bulk him up, but you remember bulking him up takes away some of that speed.
Yeah, exactly. I had to step away for a little bit because I was really getting riled up.
Yeah, you were heated. You did not like this pick whatsoever.
No. And listen, Nathan, let's be clear about this. Only because Gonzalez was still there. If Gonzalez was already gone and they had taken Forbes, I probably would have been elated.
Sure.
But because Gonzalez was there, and again, we're not film studiers. We don't sit there and come up with all of this information from studying it. We listen to the experts. And the experts had Gonzalez as either 1A or 1B for cornerbacks in this draft. Some people had him mocked in the top 5. and he's there for you at 16, I thought they should have taken him. But what do I know? So I'm just going to have to be happy with Forbes and go from there.
So, yeah, he had 3 touchdowns this year off of interceptions, 6 interceptions. I wanted to look at the big games, right, against Alabama. And
No, I think he had 6 touchdowns.
Some of those were probably fumble recoveries.
I think they're all interceptions.
All right. Well,
I'm
I'm
pretty
just
sure
looking,
that's
I'm looking
the
at the
word
game
I'm getting.
logs. That's what I'm looking at. 10 pass defenses, 6 interceptions, 174 yards.
I'm
3
just looking
touchdowns.
here where it says all-time FBS leader in interceptions returned for touchdowns, 6 in 2022.
He
was second team All-American.
3 interceptions last year, it says.
Do you want this guy running up and trying to tackle Saquon on the edge? Have you seen Saquon's eyes?
They said the run defense was a weakness for him. And
Right.
one of the surprising things is, given his size, if you're putting him in the slot and you're trying to put him up against tight end, that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem.
It's definitely going to be a problem.
Against an AJ Green, someone who's a taller, much stronger wide receiver. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying there are not some concerns. I think the talent's there. And I think that this is a ball hawk and somebody that Washington should be pretty happy with. Oh,
The
Vic is
Seahawks
in.
finally got Jackson Smith and Jigba. Seahawks.
Nice.
Pair him with Metcalf, and they still have Metcalf and
Yeah, they
Lockett,
do.
right?
They do have Lockett.
Wow. That's a surprise. Is this the most unpredictable draft we've ever seen?
Maybe.
Or do we say that every year?
It's probably every year.
I know, but would you expect a team with 2 All-Pro or Pro Bowlers, I should say, not All-Pro, 2 Pro Bowl receivers drafting a receiver in the first round?
It's pretty quality here. This is, I mean, yeah, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. I mean, you got to figure. I mean, DK is coming up. What's his contract looking like?
Oh, he just signed a big one. He was in Terry's class, and he signed before Terry.
Oh, that's right. And then Tyler Lockett
deal. I don't know what Lockett's contract is, but still, these are 2 potential 100.
Philip,
receivers.
I'm an Emmanuel Forbes fan. Don't get me wrong. I like Emmanuel Forbes.
And Phil, again, I'll keep
Rockman,
saying this.
same thing.
I'll keep saying this. I don't hate it. I just hate that they took him before Gonzalez, when Gonzalez was available. That's all. Yeah, Darrell Green was not 6'1", 166 pounds. He was tiny.
He was a tiny dude. He
but
was a fast dude.
Right, and he was super fast. And Forbes is very, very fast. Not as fast as Darrell, but
yeah, Joe, we're lingering on the off chance that something crazy happens.
Washington moves back up.
This is
they
last
did it.
year. Last year we did like a 4 or 5 hour show, but we started early because we had interviews. We were at FedEx and they were funneling. We had everybody on. It was great.
Yeah.
And then we did shut down because mainly they were also shutting down FedEx. So we did shut down shortly after the pick, but I figured we would linger. There's hopefully going to be some interesting things happening here. Jackson Smith going to Seattle is one of them.
Nolan Smith still available.
Yeah.
Deontay Banks is still available. Brian Branch.
Joey Porter Jr. is still available.
Porter Jr. Of course, Will Levis. They're doing that whole thing where they're just showing him every pick that he's not getting picked. He was going in all our mocks.
Yep.
He was going top 10.
And I knew when people were doing Will Levis top 10, I was like, it's not going to happen.
That's crazy. Right.
Not gonna happen. I didn't think that he was going to fall this far. Tommy T, right? This is ridiculous. Anyone trying to switch teams when Dan Snyder is about to sell,
Bye.
we'll welcome you back in like 4 weeks, okay?
Right.
Billy, this is the one that I pointed out too. It was just like, does Minnesota take him? as a developmental guy behind Kirk Cousins. Cousins is still fairly young, though. This is going to be kind of the Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers situation where Kirk Cousins is probably going to be your QB for several years. So do you wait 3 or 4 years with Will Levis and try to develop him? I don't think KOC either. I don't think KOC is a Will Levis guy. I don't think that he's looking for that. Kevin O'Connell is just like Kyle Shanahan. You're looking for a guy who's accurate, and Levis doesn't scream that. You don't need to have a big arm in an offense that KOC is running. You need to have accuracy.
What about this? I'm looking at Kirk Cousins' contract.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically this year and next year, and that's it as far as cap hits. So you'd be looking at 2025 for Will Levis. So that's 2 full seasons of sitting behind Kirk Cousins. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
The biggest benefit for a rookie QB is the rookie QB contract. Are you willing to wait 2 years to develop a guy on the cheapest of their deals and then roll them out there year 3? I just don't see it at this point. I think he's going to go day 2, probably at the top of day 2. It's just a crazy thing here. Los Angeles on the clock right now.
Wait, who?
Maybe
Okay.
your guy? Is this where your guy gets picked up?
Nolan?
No.
Who's my guy?
Your Florida guy, your Gator.
What are we talking about?
Did we see Osiris being taken?
Oh, Osiris Torrance. Mark Bullock, who we like very much. Forbes reminds me a lot of the Dotson pick last year. Felt like a bit of a reach, maybe 5 to 10 picks higher than he was projected, but he's a damn good player, and most importantly, he's a strong fit schematically.
Mm-hmm.
Forbes has some flexibility to slide inside to the slot, but my gut says he sticks outside because of how well he sees and reads things from the offense. I wonder if they bring back the St. Juice in the slot experiment from last year. And then lastly, he says, main question with Forbes is his frame. Only 166 pounds at 6'1", is very, very skinny for an NFL corner. But on film, the guy is a fantastic tackler, aggressive in run support, and doesn't shy away from contact. Does that translate to the NFL? We'll see. Rivera's already commenting, saying he's very competitive. Here's another pick by the Chargers. 21st pick. Quentin Johnson, wide receiver, TCU.
I like Quentin Johnson.
Yeah. Is he a big kid?
He's I don't think he's, I mean, how big do you want him to be?
Well, is he this type of big kid?
He's 6'3". I mean, he's
big.
pretty big, but I mean,
that's big for
a wide receiver.
Yeah.
6'4", 6'5", and he's solid size. He's somebody, like I said, I definitely want a big wide receiver in this draft. Unfortunately, a lot of the big wide receivers in this draft that Washington are probably going to be in the market for in the later rounds are pretty dang on slow, and I don't want them. So, but yeah, that's a solid pickup there. Trayvon Diggs 2.0. If Emmanuel Forbes turns into Trayvon Diggs, I guess I'm happy. I don't like Trayvon Diggs. I think that he's way overrated, but I'm still going to take that boomer bust from Emmanuel Forbes if our safeties are playing the way that they have been playing, if you're on the outside. I do think it's interesting. I think Caleb had commented earlier about moving Fuller to the inside. I don't think Fuller has shown to be strong on the inside for years now. He's an outside corner. So you'd have to move BSJ. You have to move St. Juice to the inside. And that's not a bad fit because St. Juice is a long, tall,
He's
fast.
6'3", right?
Yeah. That's a bigger corner. That's someone who you can match up against a tight end.
Yeah.
There's some versatility. Billy, he's big and consistent hands, but he gets some pretty good separation there.
So I don't think anybody had him going. Did they have him going first round? Was he always a first round pick, Quentin Johnson?
No, he was late first, maybe, but realistically, I thought Quentin Johnson was second round. K-Guard, I'm confused as to why Ron Rivera picks these undersized guys. I'm still waiting for Jamin Davis to reach the NFL level. You must have not been watching games last year. Jamin Davis has played at an NFL level for very much the last 6 games, but also most of the season. I think the first few weeks, maybe 2 to 3 weeks, Jamin Davis was kind of a little bit on the struggle bus, was called out by the coach. There was a big deal about it. Jamin Davis had made a post about it, had a great game, made another post about it.
And then played really well.
And then it was an NFL linebacker.
NFL level.
Was he, I mean, he's a number 19 pick. I don't know what you want. You want an NFL linebacker. That's what you want with your 19th pick. And he was.
Yeah, but it took him a little bit longer to get there.
It did. A lot of people wanted him week 1. I think a lot of people were so down on him after his rookie year that they weren't willing to give him a chance. Evan Bell, I'm lost. I don't watch a lot of college football, but Gonzalez must have been hyped for a reason. Why Forbes over him? This really comes down to scheme. Christian Gonzalez seen very much as a press corner, someone who's going to be lining up on top of the wide receiver. Emmanuel Forbes plays off the ball, likes to see the field. What have we seen Washington do with their cornerbacks for the last 3 years under Jack Del Rio? They play off the ball. This absolutely was a formation fit for Forbes. They want to play their cornerbacks off. They want them to see the field and then react. This is why they pick guys who have explosiveness, who have a high RAS score. They want these quick twitch guys who can make decisions and cover that space.
And I think you kind of hit it on the head there. Schematically, he fits with what Washington likes to do.
Absolutely.
So they thought he was a better fit than Gonzalez. Again, they're way smarter than me. That doesn't mean that they're going to be successful.
Not 100%. Yeah.
But
I mean, these are still the people who've picked like Gandy Golden and stuff like this. Like, you whiff on picks sometimes. It happens. It absolutely does. I mean, these are still the people who took Fedarian Mathis in the second round, but then signed, our man Deron Payne. We were, for the longest time, Team Payne the man. But
they're also the team. They're also the team that that signed William Jackson and thought he fit.
It's true.
And that was obviously
picked
a
him up.
huge
That was another press corner. That's another man corner.
I have a good tweet here.
Yeah. Do you have any insight? Anyone have any more insight to this? Share it with us. Gonzalez was mad. I didn't see this one. Michael following up with throwing a tantrum is not a good look on draft night.
I didn't see it. I haven't seen anything on Twitter about it either, but Twitter always uncovers everything. But this is a tweet from Ian Rappaport. The Commanders sit and pick, taking Mississippi State cornerback Emmanuel Forbes at number 16. Their guy all along. Here's an interesting nugget. Soon to be owner Josh Harris was not involved in the selection, but the review process is moving along very rapidly. Could be sent to the finance committee soon.
Nice. Good.
So everything's looking up there for sure. Big time.
A lot of people pointing out the scheme, like the scheme doesn't work. Gus Bus, doesn't our scheme get our secondary bombed unless they're playing the Marcus Mariotas and Sam Ellingers of the NFL?
Well, if you look at the pass defense last year, they were top 10.
They held their own even against Aaron Rodgers, who, he had a down year. But
And also Jalen Ramsey says he loves Forbes, and the Commanders got themselves a real one. That's a good endorsement. For
pretty
sure.
good.
Jalen Ramsey. That's pretty darn. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Mr. Jalen Ramsey is. He says, "Love that pick. Forbes is like that," with all caps. So there you go. And then I've heard, maybe this is just for me, but the Celtics Hawks game apparently is fire. So I'm going to go see. I'm just going to see the score. Celtics Hawks. What? The Celtics are up at 8 with a minute and a half to go.
Oh, maybe it was a fire prior to
Yeah,
to that.
Right. So who's up now? All right, Minnesota. Oh, Baltimore. Which way is Baltimore
pick is
going?
in.
Nolan Smith.
At this point,
They lost Calais Campbell.
or they could go Banks.
Could they go corner? Sure.
Joey Porter Jr.
Sure. All those are in play. Receiver. Zay
Miles
Flowers.
Murphy.
Here we go. 22nd pick in the draft. The Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver. Now he's a little dude, but he can fly. Yeah, I think he's 5'9".
So now the rumors around them trading seem like it's not going to happen.
Oh, trading for D-Hop.
Yeah, because there were some rumors that they were looking at trading for D-Hop and kind of giving their newly extended quarterback some weapons.
Yep.
And here they go with their 22 overall pick and get him a guy who can absolutely fly out of Boston College.
Yep, he is 5'9", and then he weighs 182 pounds. So he weighs way more than Forbes does. Just so you know there. But yeah, he's a heck of a. He can fly. I don't.
He does what I like
4,
my
4,
wide
2.
receivers when I'm drafting a wide receiver. I want them to be able to run routes.
Really?
And
Run routes.
that's-
I was gonna say run really fast.
Oh yeah, you want them to be able to run fast, but they've got to separate by running crisp routes. If you can run crisp routes, you're going to get separation and you're going to be able to you're going to catch a bunch of passes.
Yep.
So,
But they say he has a lot of his hands aren't great.
well, he dropped quite a few passes. Yeah. Bonafide, Stoner's not all that tall either, by the way.
Hey, Bonafide, you're just a top if you're 5'9". Us 6-footers, we call anybody under 6.
What are you, barely 6 foot? Like you're 6 foot and an eighth of an inch?
I was 5'11 3/4 every time I would do my weigh in. Yep, 5'11 3/4.
Here,
and I always try to stretch to 6 because I get like an extra few pounds.
I'm more often than not 6'3", but I can go anywhere from 6'2" to 6'4", depending on how stretched out my back is.
Right.
I can tell you with a herniated disc, it's probably closer to a 6'2" at this point.
Oh man! All right, so they got another receiver. So they got Bateman. They've got Rashad Bateman, right? They got OBJ now, and then now they've got Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
So
up 95. They're trying their best to stay competitive. I mean, first and foremost, just retaining Lamar Jackson was a great step to being competitive for the next few years. And Nelson Aguilar, you can't forget, him.
He's there in Baltimore. Yeah.
Devin Duvernay.
Oh, Duvernay. Yeah. But he's
actually tell you the two receiving options I like out there, Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Those tight ends.
Isaiah Likely was one that I was I really wanted him. I was happy with Cole Turner, but Isaiah Likely was one I was just like, if we could land him.
That kid, yeah.
So.
Yeah, so but Baltimore, we talk about kind of all of their receiver failures that they haven't really had. I think they've drafted the most receivers, first-round receivers, than anybody in the NFL in the last 6 years.
They miss.
Just miss. So
and getting a guy known for, and Zay Flowers known for dropping some passes.
Yeah, that's not going to be great, right?
A little risky. Let's see if they have anything on Emmanuel Forbes. No, I don't even know what this is for. They have these little drop-down menus here, and it doesn't do anything.
Nothing.
Nada.
In the mock that I had up that I was using just to kind of track the guys, and then they had Gonzalez at 3, right? But they did have Forbes at 16 for Washington, so they correctly
Jeremiah mocked Forbes to us. I mean, a lot of people did. If you were keeping track, the Commanders were doing a mock Monday, and Emmanuel Forbes was on a lot of people's list for Washington. And that's actually, they did a write-up on him, and that was kind of where I first really started to tune in. I'm good. Again, I'm good with the Forbes pick. I think that this is, I'm only concerned with the size.
Sure.
If he plays smart, which he seems like he's a smart player, I don't think he's going to have a problem. But I mean, you put him, if you put him out there against Devontae Smith, that's not really a size mismatch.
Fair.
AJ Brown's a bit of a small size mismatch.
Then you got to put St. Juiced on him.
So, but that gives you some flexibility there with a 1, 2, 3. So I like that. Yeah, BH, this is what we're lingering for. I don't think they're going to. But BH saying, be cool if Commanders dropped back into the first. I don't think it's going to happen, but we're lingering just in case. We've only been live for 3 hours and 21 minutes. We still got 70 plus people here watching with us. So we know that you've already hit that like button. So we appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
If you haven't, make sure you just right there. That's how long it takes as we wait for Minnesota here to make the pick.
I think they go Banks. Deontay Banks.
Yep.
That's my prediction.
Billy seems to be on board with that as well, saying Minnesota needs a corner. Daniel Jones looked like an NFL quarterback against them.
Right. Yeah.
Banks would be a good option for them.
We are going to, for the next 3 years, we are going to watch Christian Gonzalez on the Patriots probably more than any other player in this draft other than Forbes, because we're going to compare the two players forever until they're out of the league, because again, we all thought that Gonzalez was the better prospect and that Washington should have taken him at 16.
Sure.
So we're going to watch him. We're going to do, every time he has an interception, we're going to say, should have taken Gonzalez. And every time Forbes gets beat, we're going to be, should have taken Gonzalez. But yeah, we're definitely going to be.
That's part of fandom there. By the way, Joey Porter Jr. is still out there.
Oh, that's right. So
maybe not Banks here. Maybe Joey Porter Jr.
Sure.
Gets taken off the box. Forbes is like, Rager, come on. Why are you going to do that to the man? The man's not even taking a snap yet.
Yeah. We'll give him a chance for sure. Like I said, we'll start to love him after a while. Nolan Smith is still out there, right?
Yeah, Nolan Smith is still out there.
Imagine if he goes to the Chiefs.
No tight ends taken. Remember, a lot of people thought the tight ends were going to be off the board, mid-teens here. Anton Harrison is an interesting selection. I don't think he's not the next coming, even though he wore 71 in Oklahoma. He's not the next coming of Trent Williams, but I think he's going to be a solid tackle option for teams.
47?
If he's there at 47, I would absolutely
no, you
take
think
a look.
He'll make it?
I don't know if he'll make it to 47.
Yeah.
I think he'll probably be picked in the 30s. So Jaguars, maybe. I think Anton Harrison's going to keep falling. I think that if you're I think all the tackles that were going to go in the first have gone at this point. Michael, I hear you. I've got to get up early as well, headed in the building. And one of my last days before retirement.
That's right. It's almost here.
HT, this is what we're talking about. Is this where Will Levis goes? If Will Levis doesn't go here, does anyone trade up?
Well,
no,
or the
probably
Saints.
falls to the second. Pick is in. Dolphins forfeited a pick, right?
Yeah, because they had the tampering allegation or tampering, not allegations, because they fined them, so they lost the pick.
That's why there's only 31 picks in the draft this year. Even through Logan Paulson off, kept saying 48. And I threw out the 47. He's like, oh, that's right, it's 47.
Yeah.
Dolphins throwing the whole shebang out the window.
All right, so the Vikings pick is in. Here we go. Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver.
Wow.
People are kind of stunning, doing some things.
Wide receiver run here. Little shocked to see that. I'm going to go to the roster. I mean, they
obviously have Jefferson. They had that other kid. Can't think of his name. He saved some lady.
Oh, they have Jalen Rager. they have KJ Osborne.
Yeah, KJ Osborne. Yeah. He's pretty good
All
too.
Right.
I guess they needed some help.
I don't hate it. A little shocked there, but I mean it is Kevin O'Connell, so it's an offensive driven team
for sure.
It's a little bit surprising. Yeah, K guard here. Why do you think Joey Porter Jr. has fallen so far? Some of the mocks had the Commanders taking him at 16. Yeah, a lot of banks, a lot of Joey Porter Jr. A lot of people knew Washington was going to go the corner route. Forbes was the pick for Washington. Joey Porter Jr. continuing to slide a little bit. Corners, I think honestly, it's not so much Joey Porter Jr. is sliding as it is the cornerback depth. This draft is outstanding. And so the drop off from Witherspoon and Gonzalez were seen really as 1A, 1B, which is why Stoner is so upset we went with the guy who was underneath them and Forbes. But when you're looking at Joey Porter Jr. Banks, when you're looking at some of these other guys that are out there.
What about this from Stu Jam? PFF just said Forbes' final rank was first above Witherspoon.
If you put stock into PFF, that might be worth going to. But yeah, Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, Tyreek Stevenson, Julian Brents, DJ Turner, Keely Ringo. These are all quality guys. I even like some of these guys a little bit later, like Tre'Vius Hodges Tomlinson, Garrett Williams. I just
There's
feel
still
like
a lot of quality.
Yeah, I feel like the depth, Lance Boykin out of Coastal Carolina isn't all that bad either. These guys, I think, are solid, and so you don't necessarily need to rush to take one, because if you're looking at your board, again, the gap between the 4th and the 7th or 10th guy maybe not as great as some of these others. Wide receivers is a thin. Is not as strong this year. Last year was banging.
Very strong. Right?
Last year was just insanely strong. This year, you got to pick and choose. It's a little bit more of a gamble, which is what we're used to kind of with wide receivers. I mean, how many years did Detroit take a wide receiver in the first round? And
3 years in a row or something.
Mark McMillan, right? Mark Millen? Matt Millen.
Yep. He took the guy from Michigan State who I don't even think is with us anymore. Charles Rogers. Yeah, he took a whole bunch of them. I think this is a good point here that teams are clearly picking for need rather than, BPA.
Sure. Yeah.
This seems to be the year they're really focused on need. Although Detroit, I don't know what Detroit's doing. Detroit's going to get an F in their draft, not because of the players, but where they picked them.
Yeah, the value's not there.
The value.
Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. As far as the Giants here, again, you could go Joey Porter Jr. You can go Banks. Maybe they go Branch out of Alabama, give themselves a little flex. I also wouldn't be surprised to see them completely go in a different direction because at this point,
tight end here. Do they have Ingram? Is that who they had?
Yeah, Ingram is their guy. I mean, Ingram's okay.
Yeah,
he's nothing.
I feel like the Giants.
Actually, no, sorry, they have Darren Waller. They're not taking a tight end.
Oh yeah,
I forgot that Ingram moved on and they picked up Waller. Yeah, never mind. No tight end. Offensive lineman.
Well,
who's the offensive lineman available right now? I know there's not really anybody.
Anton, right?
Avila, Osiris, Anton. I mean, maybe this is where Nolan Smith goes.
An edge with Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
Thibodeau. I think they go corner.
Yeah, Billy and Gus Bus. Yeah, went with Jackson. Ingram with Jacksonville.
I think this is where finally, where Banks goes. Banks ahead of Porter, though.
It's a toss up. I think Porter Jr. has that name recognition, so he'll be there. Yep. EP's headed to bed. Night love. But she, before hitting the pillow, she's saying, be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Trade. Now we have a trade.
I'm not gonna lie. I have like 10 different tabs up. I haven't actually been watching the actual draft. So that
the Giants are up. Were they always up here?
Yeah, the Giants have been up. The Giants have been up. This is what we've been talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, have they always been?
No, actually, they switched with Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, right? Yeah.
They swapped spots. That's always interesting when you swap one spot. It'll be interesting to see what the deal is. Michael, it's amazing. The highest ranked player on our board is always a position of need. My favorite thing when it comes to every GM and coach, we got the guy we want. We got the guy at the top of our board. They'll pick at the first pick is at 44, and they'll still be like, yep, we got the guy who is at the top of our board.
Mm-hmm.
What they're not saying is the top of the board at that time.
Right.
They're leaving out that little fun tidbit. But it's interesting. And what do you trade up one spot for?
Again, that's just one of those things where they're afraid somebody's going to come up and get your guy.
Yeah, Jacksonville probably told them, it was just like, hey, so and so made a phone
Cowboys
call
or something.
Yeah, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to give us something more.
All right, here he comes. Goodell. He's announcing the trade right now. 24th pick for the Giants. Deontay Banks, cornerback from Maryland.
Joey Porter Jr. keeps falling.
Yep, he fell again.
Yeah, Gus Bus, this is the thing, and this is one of the things that Ron and the Martys have talked about. Like, they have their board. You might have your board. You might have been doing mock drafts for months since the season ended. None of it matters. They have their scouts, their department, their board, and this is true of every team. And this is why the draft is so fun to watch, this first round mayhem, because it's just like, who would have thought Jahmyr Gibbs goes 12?
No, nobody Bijan on the planet.
Out at 8. They Atlanta just had the second best rookie running back last year, and they get Bijan Robinson. They do not have a quarterback.
Not saying they definitely should have taken a quarterback
No,
if they didn't like him, but
there's
But a
so
running
many
back?
other options there.
There's many more needs than a running back. I mean, even
Just
Detroit,
crazy.
they have more needs than a running back. They have DeAndre Swift. He's fragile. I get it. But at 12, you could have got him at whatever your third round pick is, quite possibly.
Yeah.
Somebody was messing with them. You know what I mean? Like on the phones. Hey, so-and-so wants to trade up to 12 to get Gibbs.
Yep.
You better take him or something.
I don't know. That Detroit's been playing such a different game. I don't get it. Yeah, trading up for one pick for Banks. I maybe they liked Banks better than Joey Porter Jr. and they weren't willing to allow Jacksonville to take Banks or somebody else to take Banks. That's an interesting one. If Joey Porter Jr. makes it to the second round,
I mean, everybody needs a corner. Maybe the Eagles don't. With
pretty
Slay
deep though.
and
Yeah,
Bradbury.
it's pretty deep. Yeah, you still got Jacksonville on the clock right now. Dallas coming up, Bills coming up, Bengals, Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs trying to finish this out. Gus Bus asking, do we trade back into the first for my guy Anton Harrison or his guy Osiris Torrance?
Yeah. I don't. I think Jacksonville's going to take Harrison. I think it was Gus that brought that up earlier that they've got that suspended. Their left tackle is suspended now. Was that for half the year or was it full year?
I think half
PED,
year.
right? PEDs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they go tackle here. They take Anton Harrison.
I'm not trading back up.
Yeah, probably.
Let me look at the list here to see if there's anybody I'm willing to trade up. And this is the thing is you trade up back into the first primarily, obviously, to get your guy. All right. Fair. But the real reason why you're trading up back into the first is for the 5th year option.
That's the only reason, really.
I said the primary reason is because you want to get your guy, but you also you're doing it to get the 5th year option on your guy. Otherwise, you just wait to the second round. You can trade up at the top of the second round and probably still get your guy. Like if I'm trading up from 47, people are going to hate me, but I'm taking Felix out of Kansas State.
You love that dude.
I do. He's a legit defensive end. But I'm only I'm probably only willing to do that maybe 31, but probably at the top of the second. Like I think you're just going to wait, let the board get to you. So
I think Washington did that in 2019, was it, with Sweat? They moved back into the first round to get Montez Sweat. And look where we're at right now. Montez Sweat is now on that 5th year option for 2023.
Yep. Jacksonville traded again.
They traded again?
Yep. Traded with Buffalo.
Oh, wow.
Buffalo is on the clock.
I don't know a whole lot about Buffalo's offensive line.
Still says Joey Porter Jr. is the best fit here. Listed needs: inside linebacker, wide receiver, cornerback, offensive guard, and defensive tackle. Could this be where Osiris goes? Trade up, or is this where you get Joey Porter Jr. to finish this this mini run, Deonte Banks and Joey Porter Jr. run on cornerbacks?
Jacksonville is doing what I hoped Washington would do.
Yeah, moving back several times would have been great.
Get a couple extra picks here or there, or move up in another round. Thomas Tottoli is asking if it's first round or second 2. It's
just first round tonight, Thomas. Tomorrow will be rounds 2 and 3. And then on Friday, you'll finish it out with, Saturday, you'll finish it out 4 through 7. So all day event Saturday happening with the Washington Commanders in the National Harbor. You can get your tickets for free.
For free. Head on down there. From what they've been saying, Emmanuel Forbes will be there at the event. So you can hang out with
So
Manuel
any of
Ford.
you that are taller than our man Bonafide can tower over Manuel Forbes.
Bill's pick is in. What are we at? 25? We're getting closer. I'm starting to lose a little bit of steam, but I'm here, baby. I love this.
I know. I kind of wish these were going a little bit quicker. An EP going to bed. I'm just like I know that I'm burning a lot of time here. 11:09. Woof. It's gonna be midnight by the time we're done.
Let's
And I've
call
gotta
it
get
at
up early.
11:30.
11:30. Regardless, you know they're gonna get us. They're gonna be like, okay, Stoner and Nathan have gone to bed. Now's the time to move up.
Now's the time to trade back in.
We will not be back on tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3. If Washington traded out of the first, we absolutely would have done that. But instead, we plan on creating a whole bunch of some shorts for people to watch on all of the Washington draft picks. So keep an eye out for that on our channel here on YouTube. And got pick in.
Shocker. Here's a shocker for you. Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid.
Wow.
Don't they already have a good tight end? Knox?
Wow. They went with Dalton Kincaid.
And they went with Kincaid over Mayer.
Well, I think a lot of people thought that was going to happen.
But don't they have a good tight end?
They have Dawson Knox as a tight end.
Yeah. What is going on around here? You just never would have thought.
I don't know if Dawson Knox is good, but I
think he's pretty darn good.
48 catches, 517 yards, 6 touchdowns.
Are you kidding me? That's really good. That's good enough that you don't need to take a first round tight end.
Sure. So what you're taking Dalton Kincaid is because eventually Dalton Kincaid's going to be like a 75 plus catch guy for nearly 1,000 yards. Dawson Knox is a tight end.
I don't believe in that stuff. I believe in a guy you take in the first round is at a position that you really need, and you put him in there, and he's the best guy at that spot.
Okay, your
Not
definition.
a
Do you really? You are not backing Dawson Knox. No, this is a clear upgrade. If you think Logan Thomas is a jag, Dawson Knox is like a step below that.
Dawson Knox is a step above that.
His best year is 71 catches for 587 yards.
Who's?
Dawson Knox.
Yeah. That's really good.
That
71 for 600 yards is really good.
You cannot be serious.
Yes. I bet you Logan Thomas's best year barely touches that, or is right around there. And his best year is up here, and the rest of his years are down here.
He had
the one good
Logan
year.
Thomas is severely overrated.
I'm
with you.
good
I like him.
year.
We've had him on the channel.
Yeah.
I apologize, but I said he's decidedly mediocre. His best year though was better than Dawson Knox. 72 catches, 670 yards.
It's the same thing.
It's not. It's one more catch, but like 100+ yards.
Okay, that's the same thing.
The actual the average is actually a little bit lower, but and a little bit lower on the touchdowns as well. But
I bet you his career already pummels.
So
Logan
this is my
Thomas's
point.
career.
If you're saying that he's decidedly mediocre,
I'm not saying Knox is.
No, you're
I'm
saying
saying
that
this-
Logan Thomas is.
Yes. Knox is above that, is a step above that.
This average per target. That's what it was. Thomas had a lot of targets, 700+ targets that year. 71 targets. So it's only 49 receptions. Sorry, I was reading that wrong. Logan Thomas, 71 catches for 600 yards, 600 some odd yards, 49 receptions for 587.
Gotcha.
For Knox, 71 targets.
I just don't like doing
He's
it
just a guy.
in the first
guy.
round. But right.
Dalton Kincaid is a dude.
Nathan, so is Logan Thomas, who's your starting tight end right now. You didn't see Washington going after a tight end. They went after a corner, which they really need. Buffalo, you can't tell me that Buffalo is set at everything. So now let's upgrade our tight end, even though we have a decent one. No, it's a luxury pick for me. If you're asking,
this is different. Like, this is an actual pass catching tight end. Again, a guy that you're, to be fair, most receivers, the statistics on receivers, not tight ends, receivers, a first round rookie is going to get anywhere from like 30 to 70 on average for like 300 to like 700 yards. Like, that's on average. And you're looking at this guy who's probably Dalton Kincaid, who's probably going to get Knox type numbers his first year, and then he's going to start getting, you're hoping he's going to turn into like Travis Kelce and having 1,000-yard receiving years.
All right. So
I'm still probably taking Porter Jr. there. I'm just saying Dalton Kincaid, like, you cannot tell me Knox is like a guy you're like, yeah, I'm cool with this.
No, but that's not your biggest need. That's not your biggest
White
need.
And Dane Jackson are their
Tre'Davious White's very
corners.
good.
Yep.
He's a Pro Bowler. But you have more needs. You have bigger needs than tight end.
Sure.
So go take care of your tight end in the second or third round. That's a priority for you.
As we have Dallas on the clock, do they go Mayer here?
Who, the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Ooh. What about Nolan Smith? Man, that would be a scary defense.
Inside linebacker is a need. Cornerback is a need. This could be Joey Porter Jr.
Yes, it definitely could be. I like the Michael Mayer selection. Although, who do they have there?
That seems more up Jerry's alley there.
Who do they have at tight end? Dalton Schultz.
Mm-hmm.
Did he re-sign with them? Because I think he was a free agent. He was one of those guys.
Checking the roster right now.
Okay, if you don't mind.
I do not. Yeah, Jake Ferguson, Mayer. I think Mayer might be the pick here.
I think you're probably right. So I don't know where Schultz went. Somebody tell me where Schultz went. Houston. Gus said.
Houston.
Gus should be our intern,
right?
He comes up very
backup
quick
stats guy here.
Yeah.
Yep, Billy agreeing with him. Mayer is an absolute Cowboys pick.
Mm-hmm.
It screams Jerry, right? I'm getting some wows from Tommy T.
Couple of them, huh? So I wonder if this is big. Will Levis. Oh, Will Levis would be a Jerry Jones pick.
Good Lord. Bonafide saying fresh off of Wire's Saints fandom wants Levis.
Yeah, that's his last chance would be New Orleans. That would make sense because they're not very stable at quarterback.
Gus Bus, we can give you free 50 is what we can give you for our internship pay. By the way, speaking of internships, the Washington Commanders have an internship that's available in their little PR and event group. I had asked them, go ahead. This has got to be Mayer.
No, Mozzie Smith. Mozzie Smith, a defensive tackle from Michigan. Interesting.
Okay.
That is not a Jerry Jones pick.
That's
somebody
not
overruled Jerry in the war room there. He said, I want Will Levis. And somebody said, you paying Dak $50 million a year. All right, I want Michael Mayer. He says, no, you're not getting Mayer. We can get value in the next round. All right, who am I taking then? Some defensive tackle from Michigan. All right.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise. Nolan Smith's still out there, by the way.
Nolan Smith. There's a drop.
It was Mozzie Smith's pretty highly rated as defensive tackles. Admittedly, I wasn't looking at defensive tackles. They signed Deron Payne and half of Darian Mathis. Wasn't exactly a thing that I was looking at.
Right.
HT, all jobs at Washington risk. Sure, but this is an internship. It's supposed to be fun. The reason I can't guarantee this is why it's there. But I will say this: last year during OTAs, during the training camps and everything, I talked with a few of the officials. I'm still active duty military, and we have a program called the Skill Bridge program, DoD Skill Bridge, for our military members who are transitioning to work with agencies as an intern. And I said, hey, you guys say you support the military. Would be really cool if you guys can open up a Skill Bridge opportunity for those who are in this community or for those who would be transferring to this community to have a little internship. I'm a broadcaster by trade. I, work in public relations, could really, use the assist. And they're like, okay, we're going to look into that. Send us some details. Sent them some details, and it looks like they finally got it around. A little late for me, but
Right.
it's still awesome that they got out there. It is not just open for military members, though. It is in fact open everywhere, but it is going to be a part of their Skill Bridge program starting in June of this year. So pretty good there.
A couple of nuggets from the presser with Ron and Mayhew and all those folks there. Rivera says the new ownership group was not consulted on the Chase Young decision, and the call needed to be made. Although I do specifically remember him saying that they were going to let the new owner decide on that. This was a month or so ago. And Martin Mayhew said absolutely zero calls to trade up to 16 for anybody to call him. Nobody called one time to ask to trade up to 16. So they knew the whole time that they were picking 16. They are still deciding on who's going to play the slot, whether it's Fuller or St. Just. They'll figure that out in training camp. I think that's probably. And then there's a rumor out there the reason Will Levis is dropping is because of a toe injury that maybe didn't heal properly. Mayhew on Forbes, he was on our radar from the beginning. I put his tape on after I saw his numbers, and he totally fit the bill from day one.
Yeah, not buying this toe injury. Toe injuries heal. Come on.
Zero consideration of taking Will Levis at 16.
Yeah.
They've consistently said Sam Howell's our guy. Let's see. Fit the bill from day one. Yeah. So that's some nuggets from the presser with Martin Mayhew, Ron Rivera. Mayhew did say Forbes is the total package. He does everything a corner should be able to do. See, they're selling me. What am I going to say? They're not going to get up there, though, and say, we're not sure we really like this guy.
We really wanted Christian Gonzalez, but we decided, no, we're going to go with Emmanuel Forbes instead.
Oh, man. Okay, so that's the guy then.
We appreciate that, Guspus. Thank you. And good question here on Forbes' number.
That's right. What was his number?
It was 13 in college, not available to cornerbacks.
Oh,
Dantzler has number 3. 23 is open. Could be the D'Angelo Hall heir apparent.
So 13 is not available. I thought they made pretty much all the numbers available to everybody. I guess there's still some limits. But why is 13 not available, but 3 is? So
single
they can't
digits,
have
single
numbers?
digits are available is what they are.
Right, but in the 20s and in the 30s and in the 40s, we know all those are available to DBs because we have DBs, maybe not in the 40s, but why not in the teens?
All right, so defensive backs can pick from 23 season and beyond, anything between 0 and 49.
Oh.
So he could pick 13.
Yeah, okay. Or you could pick 44. Take Rigos. Yeah, that wouldn't go over very well. So he can have 13.
Yep. So quarterbacks can be number 0 through 19. Punters, place kickers can be 0 through 49 and 90 through 99. Defensive backs can be 0 through 49. Running backs, fullbacks, and H-backs can be available 0 through 49 and 80 through 89. Tight ends can be 0 through 49 and 80 to 89. Wide receivers can be 0 to 49 and 80 to 89. So all position players on the offense can be 0 to 49 and 80 to 89. Pick is in. Offensive lineman 50 to 79. Defensive lineman 50 to 79 and 90 to 99.
Jacksonville did take Anton Harrison.
There you go. They took him.
I,
Good call from earlier. There's my guy. If you're looking to go offensive lineman, that was one that I was looking out for.
Mitch Tischler says not a lot of history for the number 13 in burgundy and gold. Anthony Armstrong is probably the most accomplished modern day player to wear it. And Anthony Armstrong replied, said he has my blessing. with the
I love
laughing
Anthony
emoji.
Armstrong. Yeah, that's
We need
great.
to get him on the show.
He's a good one. He's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
Yep. So he could wear 13 here. I bet he does. I'm going to call it right now. He's wearing 13.
I'm going to go with 13. To answer the question, 13 definitely seems to be the right pick there. Bengals are in, and that's our friend here, Billy's, and he's hoping for a little Miles Murphy action.
So there's 28, 29, 30, 31.
Yeah,
So
we can finish
picks
this out.
left.
Yeah, we can finish this out.
And Nolan Smith still there. Branch still there. Murphy still there. Who are the other surprises maybe that are still there?
So
maybe
Will Levis is still there.
Will Levis.
Nolan Smith, Mayer, Joey Porter Jr.
Joey Porter Jr. That's one for sure.
Yeah.
Who did we do when we did our thing for Rio's channel? Who did we all select for Washington?
Trev picked Joey Porter Jr.
Yep.
You picked Dalton Kincaid.
No, I picked Mayer.
Mayer. You picked Mayer, and I
was
picked,
just for goof.
And I picked for goof Bijan Robinson.
No, that's right.
Yeah. I thought that they would go Darnell Wright. That was when we said it all serious and stuff like that. I said Darnell Wright. I was only doing the tongue-in-cheek thing for Rio's channel just because it'd be great content for him. Darnell Wright was the one that I was just like, I think that's the guy. Darnell Wright went way earlier. And to be fair, I just didn't think that they were going to have that many cornerbacks at their selection. Pretty happy with the Forbes pick though.
I'm trying to remember. Remember who my serious pick was.
Yeah, anybody who comes up for the picture or the when they do like the welcome committee and everything, it's always going to be the number one for that number one for the number one pick. So
yep,
or first round pick. Sorry.
Yep. Let's see who I picked for real though. Oh, official prediction. Tight end Dalton Kincaid is still available, and the Lions want to jump the Steelers, who are sure to take him. The Commanders trade back to 18th, plus get a third rounder and select Brian Branch. That's who.
That did not happen.
That did not.
Mike Lee asking the important things, especially as we're winding down here.
Second round.
Four picks left here. What do you think Washington will do?
Thank you, Bengals, for making it quick. Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy. Way to go. Billy knows his team. Miles Murphy. Excellent selection there. Defensive end for them out of Clemson. Solid 6'5", 268 pounds, high motor, pass rusher who has great takeoff quickness. Uses long arms to neutralize offensive linemen and closes well.
I wonder if Barisi, I think that's how you say his name, the other defensive end from Clemson, the guy, he's a local.
Yeah, Brian Barisi.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle, though.
Oh, he's a tackle. I always thought he was an end. He's a big
Dominant
dude.
run defender with the strength to stack and shed blockers.
All right, so not going to take him.
Nope. You're going to get Felix.
Yeah, so let's start talking a little bit about 47
second round options for Washington. And remember, tomorrow night is going to be picks 47 and 97.
Yeah.
Washington has 2 picks to go on day 2 there. What I feel is going to happen, I mean, 47.
So that's also 16 picks in, right?
Yeah, that's the thing is they
So
have
basically
they have
16
16 picks to wait, and that's that's a rough spot to be in because, well, I don't know if Avila's there,
Avila, Torrance, Nolan Smith might still be there.
Laporta's
going to probably be there. Who else might possibly be there at that time? Maybe Brian Branch is still available. Would you go
Gus
another
Bus
DB?
is trying to move up. Who are you moving up for? You're moving up for. He's moving up for Torrance. He really loves himself some.
Hey,
some
I'm
Torrance.
with you, Gus. I'm with you. So TJ's saying give Howell the best chance to win, so either O-line or tight end.
I definitely think you go with an offensive lineman. Maybe it's somebody surprising like Bergeron out of Syracuse. It's a tackle.
Will Levis will still be available? Hendon Hooker will still be available, probably. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Who's going to be available? There's guys we thought were going to be gone in the first round. They're going to be available. So that's going to be interesting. Let me see my board over here. If any of these guys are still available. Michael Mayer.
Drew Sanders, inside linebacker from Arkansas.
Nice. What about Michael Mayer? What if he's still available?
At 47, if Michael Mayer is available at 47, I would go with that. Laporta, I wouldn't at 47.
Joey Porter Jr.
At 47, not after you took Forbes.
Yeah. So
I personally, to really answer, I'm going to go offensive line is where I'd be strongly looking.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You got to take O-line. But if Michael Mayer's there at 47, you probably have to run up to take him, but not Laporta. I agree with you there.
Yeah. Darnell Washington. Any love for Darnell Washington?
Man, he is a physical specimen.
Yes, he is.
So why is he not the first guy off the board? Is he too big?
I question his I question whether or not he's an actual factual, like if he's gonna come out like a real tight end. I mean, he's got like a high RAS 9.88. Like just I mean, the guy is absolutely, I mean, 6'7".
Yeah.
Just a massive guy. Second team all SEC selection this year.
Probably behind his other tight end.
Yeah.
The guy's
28 catches, 454 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Gus says he can't run routes.
That's my I'm telling you, I just don't think.
Maybe he'll be a guard or a tackle eventually.
I think that he's physical and he can be fast, but like there's only so much you're going to get out of a seam route.
Sure.
So, but man, is he explosive.
Yep.
He's a big dude.
Yeah, I think we got to go. You got to go O-line. You got to go. Don't trade up. Don't waste a pick to trade up. Just take the best lineman available.
Yeah. I really don't think I'd move up. I don't think, not for Osiris. Maybe he's not even going to be there. Saints on the clock. Is this where we finally get our Will Levis?
By
The way, HT, man, someone's got to tweet at tag us in that one. Apparently on Twitter, Ron Rivera in his car commenting that he would have picked Forbes if he was available. Have you seen that?
I have not.
Before the draft, pointing out that they would take Forbes. That's bold.
Are they even allowed to say that? You know what I mean? Are they allowed?
They're allowed to. Sure, you can say it.
No, I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah. Throw people off. Yeah, we want this guy.
You
just don't usually see it.
Forbes video putting his commander's hat on.
Darnell Washington. There's a lot to like, but yeah, having him block Jordan Davis or Jalen Carter might not be a winning recipe. I asked Bonafide. I asked earlier, will Hooker go before Levis? And everybody told me no.
New Orleans selects Brian Barisi,
defensive tackle out of Clemson.
He called him Brian Breeze. I think it's Brian Barisi, but whatever. Yep, defensive tackle. I like him. He's local, right? Played somewhere around here.
Yeah, back-to-back Clemson picks there for Frederick, Maryland.
Frederick.
Nice local kid. Yeah, I love the Tommy T draft day Forbes, no matter what. That's actually what Arizona did. Arizona here with some crazy draft day nonsense, trading away the third pick here for Houston, and then coming back into 6 to get Paris Johnson Jr. So they said Paris Johnson Jr. no matter what, and managed to make that happen.
Can I share a video?
You absolutely can share a video. You have that capability, sir.
Oops.
Brazzy is what he said, apparently. Levis to the third. It could be. This was what we saw last year. We're going to have to go to this one right here.
Just sitting there.
Can you hear it?
Opportunity for us to get our guy.
I can't. So
one of the guys that we really highly covet right now. Playmaker. It's a turnover machine, and that can impact our team, our defense in a very good way.
Wow. So the team tweeted that out after the fact. That's yes. the point that was okay. Because I would be shocked, absolutely shocked if they did that previous to
yes. But
they recorded him out in his car to the war room, and he was just like, Emmanuel Forbes would be great.
So this is my always my hope for my front office. They focused on a guy, and they said, this is the guy we want. And they did what they had to do to get him. Now, they didn't trade up or anything, but he was available for them, and they took him. That's all I really ever want from a guy. It doesn't mean it's going to work, but I want them to be committed to a guy and go get him. So that's what they did here. They really wanted him. He really likes him, and they got him.
If anybody has any inkling that Will Levis will turn into a franchise quarterback, they will move into pick 30 or pick 31. And I don't see it happening.
No.
Gus Bus asking here, someone has to trade back in the first for Levis, right? Or is Levis this year's Matt Corral? Mike Lee, maybe he falls to the third. I think that's what we're going to see. We saw this with the quarterbacks last year when people, like what we had seen up until last year was people overdrafting quarterbacks because you just had to try it. You had to try to find him. And I think we're realizing more and more, like if you don't have the right guy, don't spend a high pick on him. Get him when you can and see if he's the guy, because wasting a high draft pick on a QB can set you back years, because you have to try to force it to work, or you don't. You can pull a Arizona with Josh Rosen and just kick him to the curb, which I think more teams need to do. I think quarterbacks should be looked at like many of the other positions. You try him out. If they don't have it, maybe the XFL and the USFL survive long enough where those become kind of a place for people to go and start developing. We have more Kurt Warners in the world who, show up and be like, nope, see, I really could play. I just need a little bit of growth. Yeah, Joe Smo Gonzo is a better matchup for AJ Brown. There's not much of a size difference really between the two. Like about an inch and several pounds. I'm not gonna deny that, but if you were looking to match up with AJ Brown for Washington, you would have gone with someone like Banks or Joey Porter Jr. taller. But that's a good option. Branch here wouldn't be too bad. They got the defensive tackle. Safety is a need. Defensive end. Is this where we finally see Nolan Smith off the board? It's an outside linebacker. They need more of an inside, but you could potentially. How big is Nolan Smith? 6'2", 238. It's too small to be a defensive end.
Yeah. Well, and they already got Jalen Carter, right?
Yep. Yeah, they picked up their
first pick.
This is where my guy Felix is going to go off the board here.
Oh yeah,
I think that's my guess here. It's going to be Felix.
Well, Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie.
I feel like the value for a defensive end here at the end of the first is more valuable than a safety, even as versatile as Branch is. Close to this pick.
Somebody's put a hat on already. Oh, that's Jalen Carter. I was like, who the heck is that?
In the draft room, the pick is in.
The pick is definitely in.
On the clock for the final pick there should be the Kansas City Chiefs. We've made it to the end of the first round. Kansas City, who they gonna take? Philadelphia Eagles saw in there. I just have a feeling this is defensive end. Kansas State.
How about there's no real running back that they would pick this high. They got some smart people over there in Philly.
Yeah, they've proven to be a much better organization than I want them to be.
Yeah, that's the truth. Didn't they take a D tackle last year?
Yes.
What's his name?
They took. I had Reggie off the list too, and I can't remember because it's Cox and that guy.
Yeah, I can't remember.
It's Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis, that's right. So they've got two monster defensive tackles.
Yeah, and Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox is no joke.
Yeah. Yep, Washington really did a number on them in that one game. I changed the whole philosophy.
Again, I just think this, and this is why I don't hate the Mathis pick still. I'm like, this is a guy you're going to be rotating in, 50%, 55% of the snaps. Even if Ridgeway continues to improve as a player, like you need to have dominant linemen. And as the tackles are improving, busting up the middle has been more and more prominent. That's stepping, that's crushing the pocket. So
we got a bunch of folks. They're gonna.
Yeah, we're gonna milk this for all it's worth.
We really want to get to 12 o'clock.
I do like that draft logo, the 2023 logo. I almost used that one in our thumbnails, but I wasn't sure if that one was like a even more proprietary than their other one. But we'll see. Come on, Eagles, make your pick. TJ thinking they go tight end here. Appreciate you, AT. Sounds like HT's headed out.
HT, appreciate you, brother. Let's do it again in April 2024.
Hopefully live at FedEx, and some of you
Yeah.
in the area can come swing
Live
by.
at RFK. Oh, they can't
Oh.
build it that fast.
Yeah, Mike Lee, I'm with you. Ridgeway, I thought the power bomb was great. Like you want you want mean defensive linemen, and I talked with his wife about that, and he said, or she said, that the fans were a little rough on him for that, and I was just like, yeah, ignore the fans because it was a great thing. It's we thought he was going to get suspended. Glad the team rallied around him. Good stuff.
They did. They
took Felix.
Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith finally
Yes.
off the board.
Another Georgia kid. Wasn't the so they've got
Jordan Davis,
Jalen Carter,
yeah,
Jordan Davis,
Mhm.
Nolan Smith.
They're just taking the Georgia boys.
That's smart, man. Georgia.
This
won
is,
a
by
couple
the
of
way,
national-
this is also why if I were a prospect, I'm also staying at home. I'm not going to, especially Kansas City. Like it was something if it was New York City, but like I think I'd just rather stay at home and enjoy that moment with family rather than go. Especially like, could you imagine Will Levis is there in Kansas City?
It's
And he's
embarrassing.
not going to get picked.
Yeah. Yep. Is he going to go back tomorrow?
You're right, Gus Bus. They have N'Kobe Dean as well.
N'Kobe Dean, man, they just basically got the Georgia defense, which, oh, by the way, was one of the greatest defenses in college football history. So not a bad game
Not
plan.
too shabby. Not too shabby.
Oh, man. So we got one pick left. What are the Chiefs going to do?
Chiefs. This is an interesting one now. Yeah, the NFC is wide open. I think that they're. I think that this is one of the reasons why I'm still optimistic about this year is because the NFC is just wide open. This is
Wide
okay. It's funny that they list tight end as a need for this team.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Even their backup tight end we saw him in preseason.
Yep.
Really worked Washington pretty good. So yeah, I don't see tight end as their need. Now, if they take Michael Mayer, oh man, that's just mean. Just stop being so mean to everybody.
Got 4 minutes left on this one here. So here they go. Georgia defenders drafted by the Eagles: Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and there was another one that I didn't see on the
N'Kobe
screen
Dean.
quick enough. N'Kobe Dean, yeah. So it says here, Kansas City on the clock, wide receiver, defensive end, defensive tackle, offensive tackle, and tight end.
A lot of folks really hyping up what the Patriots did. Traded back and still got Christian Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of hype for that.
Yeah, well, give them all the hype you want.
Okay.
Do they go with Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss here? Wide receiver, 6'2", 220 pounds.
Receiver. Oh, that's who that was. Those guys out there. That was the Dude Perfect crew.
I'm feeling like this is an offensive pick.
Yeah, it's got to be a receiver. I don't know who they want in that spot, but it's got to be a receiver. They did get Kadarius Toney, right? So yeah, I still think it's gonna be a receiver.
Jaden Reed.
Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
5'11".
I like me some Jaden Reed.
187. Well, you're a Sparty guy, so you're a little bit biased.
Very much so. I just didn't know where he fit in the receiver echelon, but yeah, I do like him.
Jalen Hyatt, 6 foot, 176 pounds.
Here's a really good poll. With the 16th pick, the Commanders drafted cornerback Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. Do you? That's the poll. I just read it word for word. I'm sorry if it doesn't make sense, but I read it word for word.
Whose poll was this?
I don't want to call him out.
Share it in in our chat, just for me to see it. Commander's gear sucks. That's opinion based. I don't care for it. I don't care either way. Like I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna support the team. I'm gonna wear the burgundy and gold. I'm just happy they stayed with burgundy and gold. Michael did. I like the W. I think the W actually does look sharp. But,
yep, I love the W too.
So
W also.
The name, I've been on record. I don't care for the name, but I also don't care about the name. You win a Super Bowl and we'll be happy. Like it's
correct.
All that matters. My biggest gripe for the name is just that I didn't think that it was going to be Commanders because I thought they wanted something that was going to be shortened. Commies, Coms, Manders, Mandos. Like, what are we doing here?
Could have been Legends.
Could have been Legends. Could have been Legends. I care that we win, Gus Bus. That's what I care. Like I said, they could be the pink butterflies or latent caterpillars and win the Super Bowl, and everybody's going to be cheering for them. Durs.
I say Coms whenever I shorten it.
Coms.
Does anybody jump in here to get a Will Levis? No.
Nope. This pick is in. Kansas City is happy with it. They're shaking hands. This is going to be your final pick in the first round of the 2023 draft, which of course means commercial break.
Oh, if they do that,
it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's only 11:51. They've got time. They've got to milk this out till midnight.
They better not do that.
To be fair, it is 11 o'clock Gus Bus, this is my fear. I think it's going to be Felix. Nolan Smith just went ahead of him, so it's got to be.
Not Robert Griffin. Do you follow him? He does great memes and stuff about the Commanders. The title is Not Robert Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a picture of Georgia against Alabama, and it says Commanders versus Eagles. Because
pretty much, yeah.
All the Bama guys we got and all the Bulldogs they got.
Must I wonder what Devontae Smith is telling them.
Right.
Because they line up. By the way, this is weird. Have you seen this? There's the 2 trophies and there's like a third stand with no trophy.
Well, they have more than two.
Is there something that I missed there? But they showed that earlier. There was 2 stands. There's 3 stands, 2 trophies.
What's
I didn't understand that.
Why'd they only bring out 2 trophies? They have at least 3 because they won like Super Bowl 2 or 3 or.
Oh, Mahomes still has one in hand. Is Mahomes still hanging around there? He's probably trashed.
Hopefully he punches his brother in the face and then walks up and puts the
He does have
down.
a punchable face. Yeah, Caleb, thanks for sticking around here. Wide receiver is an option. Definitely think that's
Come on, they are milking the heck. At least they didn't go to commercial. Thank you for that.
Yeah, but this is it. This is the one. So they have 3 Super Bowl championships, 2 in the last 4. It's what happens when you have a QB like Patrick Mahomes.
All right, so now he's going to finally come out. Oh no! Don't do whatever you're thinking about doing here.
Whatever they're doing, I'm gonna keep filling time here on the gear conversation. Yeah, I think the classic look is great. It's the classic look for a reason. I also think that if you're trying to build a brand, you need to update it. You can't go with the classic look. We're not seeing those big shoulder pads on wide receivers anymore and stuff like that, right? So you like the game updates, you update with it. So I don't think that he'll change it. Oh man, thanks Tommy T for this $10 super sticker. We appreciate you. Thank you for sticking around for the entire draft and the conversation here as we come to a close.
They picked your guy.
Yep, Felix off the board.
Felix is gone, and he's from Kansas State too, so he's staying home.
Yep. Smart
They're
decision. There it goes. I did. That's the one that every mock draft, there was one, I snap picked him. I was like, the people were still trying to talk. I think we were on Pro Tech, and people were like trying to chit chat. Nope, Felix, don't care. Right there. 47, you're taking him.
Yeah.
And people, defensive end. Nope, I don't need your business. Felix is a dude. And we appreciate everyone coming here, joining us here.
Really
nice long one, 4 hours and 25 minutes.
Woo!
We'll be on Wednesday to talk over the entire, Washington draft and how we feel about it. But stay tuned for some shorts on our channels and some community posts and stuff like that. For as far as how we do these picks, what are we going to do at 47? I say offensive lineman. Stoner.
Offensive lineman, 100%.
Offensive lineman. We hope that's the route. But until next time,
I wish we had Christian Gonzalez.
watch yourself some Emmanuel Forbes film. Be a fan.